I I'm not sure. I just was hoping just for a, is it okay to ask for just a general reading or?
If you give me a direction you want me to look into, so like work relationships, um, is there any sort of area you want to know about?
Um, so I'm having a little trouble.
Got to find a balance between your everyday life, your work life, all of that, and just sort of be flexible. And Spirit is saying, adapt to changes in your life. They're also saying kind of like roll with the punches. I'm also being told there could be people around you that might be a little bit, you might suspect have been lying to you, a little bit deceitful, and they're just saying just guard yourself against stuff like that. Go with your instinct, and they're saying if it looks like a rat and smells like a rat, it's a rat. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I do see new beginnings for you. I'm seeing you becoming very fulfilled and realizing your dreams, wishes coming true. But I'm also hearing that you're sick of the repetitive stuff. Are you still working?
No, but I do have repetitive stuff with I'm sadly an enabler when it comes to my 30-year-old son, who I still pick up from work and put my schedule around.
Yeah.
I have 4 kids, and I put my schedule around them and a lot of their things.
Yeah. Look, Joyce, you're not alone in that. There's a lot of families who are still supporting their adult children. Okay, so don't judge yourself on that. I do feel like whether it has to do with this, but I feel like there are decisions here that you need to make, and I feel like you're not ready to make them. And you're kind of like sitting on the fence with stuff. But Spirit is saying, and look, just understand your beliefs and your values and just stick with them. If somebody says to you, for example, with your child, they should be living on their own, or they should be doing this, that, or the other, that's okay. Let them have their belief. If you're there and happy to support them, just don't worry about it. All right, let it go. But I do feel you have people you need to let go of. You have things you need to let go of, because Spirit are like shredding, like letting go of people, letting go of possessions, letting go of things that are bogging you down. They're showing me even like going around your house and, and I'm not saying you have clutter, but anything that you don't need anymore, get rid of it. If you're not using it, they're saying if you haven't used it in 6 months, get rid of it. All right, and you will feel lighter and freer, like in your energy. All right, they are also showing me you giving. If an opportunity comes up where somebody needs assistance, Spirit is saying help them out as best you can, whether it's in a supportive way or whether it's financial, if you have the means to do it. I'm not talking about big amounts of money or anything, and they're like, just be giving. They're like, sit on your own moral compass, okay, with this. Whatever you feel is right for you, that's what you do. I am also being told to tell you not to be hasty with any decisions. Travel is coming up for you. A lot of movement is coming up for you, and Spirit are talking about you sort of like shredding yourself, like the past you, and moving into a new area with you. I don't know if you've wanted to lose weight or to be physically healthier, but they're showing me your body and you being a better version of yourself with that. But you are definitely going to take on new initiatives that maybe you haven't in the past. I'm seeing like victory again. There's a lot of movement, and you will have success in any difficulty that comes. And Spirit is saying you have had enough experience now in life to heed warnings and to see signs coming up, and you'll know how to judge things better. They're giving me good luck, good destiny for you. They're saying you'll outlive a lot of people. So, you know, just look after yourself, and just do, they're saying, just do the right thing by yourself and you will be fine. I see you moving on and doing really well, Joyce. Good luck with everything.
Good, because I did have a little worry about my health. They had found a spot on my lung and they said that they needed to do another scan, and I was worried because I do have an autistic son that I'm physically responsible for by myself.
Yeah. Well, you'll be fine. You have to look after yourself before you can, you know, look after him. It's kind of like that's why you've got all these decisions that you're not willing to deal with yet.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I'm live. Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time of day, wherever you're watching from. I'm David Monk, broadcasting live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. Good to have you back again. We'll have a bit of a chat about mindfulness and all that malarkey. You need a pen and paper, and I'm going to get you to write something down. And I want to do a little bit of an exercise with you if you're not driving or operating machinery or otherwise involved in other shenanigans. If you're watching this on catch up, you can also get involved. So basically, we talk about attachment, we talk about the ego, we talk about mindfulness. Part of what I do outside of A1R is I'm a life coach and deal with mindfulness. I deal with mindfulness in a strange sort of way. Just bear with me. Is wherever you are, if you're able to and relaxed, just close your eyes and start to breathe deeply in through the nose and out through the mouth. This is not necessarily something that you would go to a class for. I deal in mindfulness through everyday life. So while your eyes are closed, just take a nice steady in-breath. And while you're breathing, focus where your mind goes. How does your ass or your bottom feel in you? If you've got your hands clasped together, how do they feel? Feel the sensation that you can sense through the floor or through your arms, on your thighs, whatever it might be. Just breathe nice and deep, nice and slow. take your time. And while you're focusing on those feelings, if you like, those sensations, I want you to visualize the Eiffel Tower or the Statue of Liberty or the Sydney Harbour Bridge, something while you're doing the breathing. Now, the serious part's over. I guarantee none of you could do it. While you're focusing on the sensations with the touch, your mind is working, your brain is working. When you try and transfer to imagine the Eiffel Tower or any other image, your brain goes straight to that. It can't do two things at the same time. So the mindfulness element of Urban Monk is basically to distract your mind from what it is that's causing you grief. Whatever your ego is telling you, whatever it's reciting to you, whatever it's making you do that's controlling your life, you need to acknowledge that thought, tell it to politely F off and crack on with your life. It's a thought that you can have. Everybody has them. All the biggest, best mindfulness gurus in the world have those feelings. It's whether you acknowledge them or identify with them that is the issue. Like life circumstance, I mentioned it before, it's not the life circumstance that's the issue, it's how you deal with it or confront it. So mindfulness is about not acknowledging those thoughts in your head that I said to you a few weeks ago aren't actually you. It's one of those things that the brain is trying to keep you alive by distracting you from reality and making you act in a way that continues its existence. So, for example, the egoic brain, as I've mentioned, vibrates at a certain energy level. Within that vibration, it exists, but it can't exist in the present moment. The present moment takes you into a vibrational level, which is matching or the same as your natural level from birth, which is the universal level. Many people, and I do events, I speak at events around the country, and I see so many people visiting this medium, then that medium, and this psychic, then that psychic. And I spoke to one lady who went to one of the psychics that were on the show at the time and basically said, why do you go to so many? And she said, because the first 2 or 3 didn't give me the answer I was looking for. So she'd already gone with a preconceived idea of wanting to get some kind of message based on potentially what had happened to her or a loved one in the past, or she was looking for validation that tomorrow was going to be a better time. We know, us monkites, that tomorrow doesn't exist and we're never going to get yesterday back. So it's about focusing on being present. So when you're washing the dishes, just feel how warm the water is or how nice the soap you're using smells. While you're focusing on that, you can't be thinking about the shit that's going on in your life or whatever it was that caused you anxiety. In my case, it's my partner's cooking that caused me the anxiety, but I'm quite happy to wash the dishes after I've eaten it. Sorry, Dawn, if you're watching. No, that was just a joke. But it's that simple, just touch, that feel, that resonance with something else that takes your mind away from the problems that you've been experiencing. It's a simple mind change, a mindset. You know, you worry about this event, you hope that that event's going to be better. You worry about that person, what they've said to you. That's their ego. You don't want to let your ego or your chimp get involved in a battle with them. If you've ever heard or read The Power of Now or New Earth by Eckhart Tolle, he talks about 2 ducks in the water. They have a fight. Seconds after the fight finishes, both ducks flap their wings to get rid of the excess energy, and they both just sail away. It's forgotten. Whatever it was about, it's all forgotten. And in New Earth, he puts the human inside the duck, and it would go something like we all know, as we would do. Who does he think he is? He's not coming into my pool. He's not taking over my bit of the water. And that kind of conversation goes on and on until we get home an hour after. Mindset. If that thought comes into your head, flap your wings metaphorically and let it go. As we talk about, I'm talking about the change of mindset. A client had menopause, that was what she identified with. She was a menopausal woman. She didn't think she was a woman. She didn't consider she was a human. She was menopausal. I've got the menopause. I talked about it last week. I hate my life. You can't do that because you are your life. My life is menopause. So we counseled for some time, and she told me how upset she was that her partner was missing intimacy, but she just couldn't be bothered. So I asked her if she thought she couldn't be bothered, or if it was a physical thing that was stopping her from being intimate. She told me, I just can't be bothered. It's not that I don't find him attractive, I just can't be bothered. So fast forward 6 weeks later, she came to a counselling session and explained to me that the relationship had ended. And while I understood and empathized with what she was going through, she didn't seem overly upset about it. 3 weeks later, she comes for counselling and she's got a new man. And I said, sex? ? And she said, of course, what man would start a new relationship without there being a sexual or intimate element to it? And I said to her, as I'm saying to you, there was nothing in the menopause that was preventing her. It was her way of thinking. Once she stopped identifying with being menopausal, the intimacy came back. And it's that I'm talking about, whether it be menopause or cancer or a bill needs paying or a speeding ticket you've got from the local police. While we focus on that, we allow ourselves to become distracted, distressed, full of anxiety, and basically ill. You know, the theme of these shows is why thinking is killing you. What I'm trying to do is to put across that the thinking that we do is our responsibility. If there are issues or thoughts or problems within our mental state, that's not you. It's the ego. It's the egoic part of yourself. It really isn't you. So take responsibility and look to calm yourself. Be present. Just take a step back and be bomber. We wish we were somewhere else, but we should really be here. We're stuck here wishing we were somewhere else. And it's that problem that we've got that creates the stress, the lack of harmony in a relationship. It affects all elements within our life. Ultimately, what that does, it causes the body to vibrate at the incorrect level, at a level for destruction, where we are creative beings, but we create destruction. In a book, I think it was, I can't remember. I really can't remember. But it was about manifesting and the brain and looking into making health the priority within our mind. And it was, I mentioned it before, it's not what you're eating that will kill you, it's what's eating you. And so if we throw these things away, let them go, acknowledge them, but then just away, let it go. It has no right or no part in the vibrations of the universe. We're trying to raise consciousness through harmony, through love, through gratitude. So try those exercises, whatever you do, wherever you are, get in the car, hold the steering wheel, feel what it feels like, feel the actual leather of the steering wheel or the Bakelite, whatever it might be made of, and just think what it feels like against your palm. And even for those 30 seconds you're doing that, you're not thinking about the shit that's just happened in the grocery store, or you're not thinking about the fact that your credit card's just been declined. All these kind of things are sent to try us, but they will then ultimately kill us. So thank you for joining me tonight. Thank you for logging in. Hope you watch on catch up. If not, I'll see you next week. But before I go, hit me up on Urban Monk UK on Facebook, urbanmonkuk@gmail.com by email, and on Amazon. Oh, it's disappearing. It's selling that fast. It's disappearing. This is the book. Link onto Amazon. Get yourself a copy. Let's find out how we're going to live in the moment by being present. Great to see you all again. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you all next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Happy spring. Happy, I don't know, the sun's out here, so I'm happy. My dogs are happy, so happy. I am here today to help you with whatever you're looking for help for, and I'm going to take a reading today. But while we're waiting for somebody to come on, I wanted to remind everyone that next week, April 1st, not only April Fool's Day, but it is the pink moon. I love the pink moon. It symbolizes for me, it's time to come out. It's time to come out and play. It's time to stop hibernating because of the cold winter weather. It's time to start socializing once again. But the universal symbol for the pink moon is rebirth, renewal, and growth. It happens every spring. But I guess also for me, it is about new beginnings. You know, just like the pink flower blossoms and emerges after winter, the moon invites you to shed old habits, and it invites you to embrace fresh energy. It's about balance. It's about relationships. It's about spring cleaning. I don't know. I just started spring cleaning without even thinking about it. You know, like, I don't know, cutting the weeds in my garden, getting rid of all the brown and gray stuff, and making sure the house, you know, purchasing new rugs, new things. It's really about, for me anyway, cleansing my home. You know what's a good thing to do too is, besides opening the windows and allowing the fresh air to come into your house, it's also good to move things around because it changes the stagnant energy in the house. You know, if you have crystals, maybe move the crystals around. Do what feels right for you. What else? It's a reminder that life returns. Even if the season was dark for you, life is returning. Trust yourself. Expand. Take a class. Do things that you really have been wanting to do. Take a car trip if you don't want to fly someplace. Hike. Take some walks. What else? Just trying to think of what else. Don't forget to put your crystals out underneath the full moon. Anything you want to cleanse, don't forget to just put it outside in your backyard, so it's underneath the moon, or put it in a windowsill that's under that, will be lit by the moon. All things like that you can do. Journal. You could also burn, I don't know, if there's something you really want to get rid of, you can throw it in the river going downstream away from you, or you can burn it in a contained fire. We can't burn in Asheville because we are having issues with water right now. I am going to take Noelle in Nova Scotia right now and give her a reading. Hi, Noelle.
Hi, how are you?
I am good. How are you today?
Oh, not too bad.
Yeah, how's Nova Scotia? Is the weather nice?
Oh, it's pretty cold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What can I do for you today?
I don't know. Just seeing what messages you might have for me.
Okay,
Anything?
sounds good. Okay, so I'm going to use a mixture of tarot cards, and I'm going to shuffle, and I'm also going to use my own psychic energy. Going to feel into your psychic energy. So just take a minute and focus inward on yourself. Close your eyes if you'd like. And let's see what I come up with. And feel free to ask questions. Okay. Okay. So I feel like you've been spending time. I don't know if it's the winter or the cold weather, but I do feel like you've been spending time exploring and finding your boundaries. Trying not to be you don't need to be a people pleaser. You just need to please yourself. Does that make any sense?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I feel like you've really been fine-tuning your balance though. But I also feel like you're working very hard right now to not so much to bring in more we always want to bring in more finances, but I feel like you've been working very hard building yourself up, but also building a business. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you also understand that you're trying hard not to attach yourself to an outcome, that you're kind of for once, I don't want to say for once in your life, but I feel like it's a new chapter. I feel like you're kind of trying to let go and allow the universe to bring to you what is for your highest and your best. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I do really feel like you're on a new journey. I feel like you've succeeded in manifesting and building what you need. Like you've really built yourself up, which for me means trusting your instincts, trusting yourself, pleasing you and not trying to do it for everyone else. You're finally doing your life, living your life the way you want to live it. So first of all, I feel like you should be very proud of yourself. Secondly, I don't know why I keep seeing a dog and a cat in your life. Does that make any sense to you?
No, not presently. No.
Okay.
My
All
dog
right.
has died. So
Oh,
I don't
maybe
have a
that's
cat.
okay. Maybe that's why. Maybe the dog is
Mhm.
still by your side and letting you know.
Oh, she's still there.
Yeah, yeah, because I don't know why I'm seeing a cat. It could be good luck because a black cat for me signifies good luck.
Okay.
Unless your dog made a friend, that's a cat in the spirit
Could
world,
be.
which is quite possible, or a relative's cat that has passed. Maybe they've met up. But the dog, I know you don't want a reading about your dog, so I'm not going to go on on a tangent. But I do want you to know that the dog is around you and is
Yeah, we hear her.
okay. Because I keep
Yeah.
hearing howling, so I don't know if she howled a lot. But I do feel like she still wants you to know she's there. Um, I do feel like though right now, you have a lot of people around you protecting you. I mean, like spirit guides, just helping you build
Mhm.
yourself up. It's like you're holding the whole world in your hands right now. And I just feel
Nice.
like there's a lot of happiness coming towards you. I feel like April is a really important month for you. Um,
Mhm.
it's like don't walk the straight and narrow. Do go on that adventure. Do what makes you happy because you can
Mhm.
now.
Okay.
I'm also feeling I can't see you, I know that, but I feel your like aura around your head. And I just feel like it's
Mhm.
getting a lot brighter. And I don't know
Okay.
if you're a healer, but I get that healing energy from you. Um, but I'm getting that just lighter. I just feel like you feel lighter. You feel like brighter, if that makes any sense.
Mhm.
Do you have
Yeah,
any
I just don't give a
questions?
shit anymore.
Okay,
I
well,
just
that's a
don't
good
give a
thing,
shit
right?
anymore about anything. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, what's the point? Yeah.
Well, it's freeing because then it allows
It
you
is.
to give a who about yourself and
Yep.
about what you're doing. And I just feel
Mhm.
like it's time. You
Yeah.
may have had to walk away from people or something or a situation, but it's you. It's
A
you
l-
need to be
yeah,
helped.
a lot of people. I walked away and they're not part of my life anymore. There's no purpose for them. So
Right.
yeah, I let people go. Yep.
So, and it's healthier for you. Do you
It
have any
is.
questions? We have a few minutes.
No,
Okay,
no,
I'll
I'm
just
just
keep going then.
enjoying this.
Okay, I'll keep going. I'm also
Okay.
getting that you stopped overthinking things. And
Okay.
you just keep moving forward. You don't
Mhm.
look backwards anymore. But I'm also getting, and this is huge for me to tell you, is you have everything you need, all the tools. You've been given to them at birth, you have them now, and you have all the tools you need to make anything you want happen. So please believe that.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know if life felt like a roller coaster, but what I'm seeing right now is just calm waters. I'm seeing
Nice.
balance. Even if you can't see what's going to happen next month, that's
Mhm.
okay. You need to, because you feel it.
Mhm. Yep.
Um, Also, I'm getting that someone is thinking about you a lot. So I don't know
Okay.
if there's someone that you walked away from or told, don't talk to me until you can get your life together. But there's someone who is also trying to follow your lead in their growth.
Mhm.
And they may reach out to you to whether it's an apology or asking, taking that wall down and asking for help. Um, but they're ready to fly. And I don't mean fly
Okay.
away and pass away or anything like that. I just mean they're
Yeah.
also ready to fly. And I feel like they may reach out to you. I feel like this person
Okay.
might have sabotaged the relationship with you a little bit. And it caused you to say, hey, I can't do this anymore. I need to figure me out. So I'm not getting a male, I'm getting a female energy. I don't know why I'm hearing sister or something, but I don't feel like this is a blood relative. But I'm
Okay.
still getting sister energy. Um,
Okay.
but I know we're running out of time right now, so I'm gonna like end this by saying dig your heels in and do what's best for you.
Awesome.
Always do what's best for you. Anyway, I hope I helped, and I wish you
Yeah,
the
I
best.
think
And I hope it gets warm in Nova Scotia soon.
Oh God, I hope. All right. Thank you.
All right, take care. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School with Kim Dunn. Search Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School on Facebook.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining me and welcome to Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School Episode 3. I'm coming to you from the beautiful Summerland Point in New South Wales, Australia, and I'm your host, Kim Dunn. And today we're talking about 2 practices that completely change the way I relate to myself. That would be with my emotions and my spiritual connection, and definitely that would be breath work and meditation. Most people, when they hear these words, they often imagine like sitting cross-legged, trying to stop their thoughts or doing something complicated. But the truth is, it's much simpler than that. Breath work and meditation are about becoming, not becoming someone different, they're more about coming back into a relationship with yourself. And for anyone that's going through a spiritual awakening, these practices become incredibly important because, you know, awakening doesn't just happen in the mind or spirit, it also happens in the body and the nervous system. And, you know, when people begin awakening, they often feel, you know, they start feeling really deeply and their intuition starts to open and, you know, they start to become more aware of energy. And when that happens, old emotions sort of start to surface. And what many people expect would feel more like an enlightenment can definitely feel sometimes more like anxiety or overwhelm, and definitely that emotional intensity that comes with it. And, you know, this is all, it happens because, you know, your awakening expands awareness. And, you know, if the nervous system hasn't learned quite how to feel safe with that expansion, that experience can definitely feel destabilizing, you know, and this is where breath work and meditation become really powerful allies. They help the body slow down, regulate, and then integrate what the spirit is opening to. You know, breath work is one of the most powerful tools we have because, you know, the breath is that bridge between the body and the mind. And, you know, most of the time we just breathe automatically without really even noticing it. But, you know, when we consciously change our breathing, we send those signals directly to the nervous system to slow down and, you know, that steady breathing tells the body that you are safe and relax and, you know, you don't have to be in that fight or flight mode. You know, when I first began practicing breath work, I realized how much tension I had actually been holding in my body, you know, the stress and the trauma and, you know, that emotional suppression had really created a constant state of alertness for me. And, my breathing was really shallow. My body rarely felt calm or, felt safe. But as I started to begin slow breathing regularly, that breathing, something started to change in myself and my body, and my mind definitely became a lot clearer, and my intuition became easier to hear. When your nervous system relaxes, awareness really does open naturally. And breath work supports spiritual awakening. It really grounds you and just brings you back into the body. And, spiritual experiences can sometimes feel, pull people into the mind and that heightened awareness. And the conscious breathing really brings you back into that physical presence. And, the breath work can definitely help release stored emotions as well, and stored energy. As our bodies do hold on to those emotions, that don't get processed, through that gentle breathing practices, those energies can really start to move and release safely. When the nervous system is regulated and intuition and clarity connect, that connection to your intuition, and that does really become a lot easier. And, that's why meditation works alongside, the breath work beautifully. However, meditation is definitely misunderstood, and many people believe meditation means, stopping your thoughts entirely. And, in reality, meditation is simply just the practice of observing the mind rather than, being controlled by it. When we sit quietly and bring that attention to our breath, or the present moment, we begin to really notice something important. Our thoughts come and go, emotions do come and go, and sensations. But most of that, above all, that is, that really deep stillness that we're looking for. And meditation really allows us to access that stillness. It creates a space between us and that constant stream of thinking. And in that space, clarity appears, and intuition does become stronger, and your connection to spirit becomes easier to feel. When the mind is constantly busy, it can be really difficult to hear intuitive guidance, and it's really like trying to hear that whisper in a noisy room, if you know what I mean. And but meditation does quieten that noise for you to start listening to your higher self. And many people believe intuitive abilities come from doing more, learning more, even trying harder. And most often it's just opposite that is the case. Intuition becomes clearer when we slow down enough to listen. And the breath work and meditation work beautifully together to allow that to happen. The breath work calms the body first, and then the meditation then allows the mind to settle. Because as we know, when the body does feel safe and the mind does become quiet, presence really does naturally emerge. And it is the presence that we're looking for. It's the doorway to the spiritual awareness. And for me personally, breath work and meditation were really powerful tools in my healing journey. And I really believe that they are the first steps in, listening to your higher self and getting you through that spiritual journey. They definitely help calm my nervous system after years of living in survival mode. And, they helped me release those emotions that I've been carrying for decades. And, it just helped me reconnect with my inner voice and my intuitive gifts. Without these practices, my awakening would have definitely felt more chaotic. And but with them, I've definitely felt more grounded and been able to integrate those things within me. And if you're in the beginning, or starting out, or even halfway through, or going through your journey with your spiritual journey, breath work and meditation. Just remember, you don't need to be perfect when you do it. Like when I first started, I found it really difficult to sit for a long period of time, or just because there were so many things going through my brain. I started using just a guided meditation off YouTube, and, just through my headphones, and found that that was a really good place to start. Having someone on the other end, telling me how to breathe, when to breathe, and giving me that silence. And, you don't even need to sit for long periods of time or do anything really complicated. I would definitely start with even 5 or 10 minutes a day, and that can really even change your body and mind to respond to the awakening. Because it's not about escaping that human experience, it's just becoming more present within it. And sometimes the most powerful place to begin with is just that slow breath. And that's why, these techniques are definitely a part of my 12-week program, the Awaken and Anchor program that I run for my clients. And I see so many positive results with those coming through, with their breath work and meditation, and just being access to your higher self and allowing that time, that stillness for those messages and information to come through. So if you're interested in my program, Awaken and Anchor, please feel free to contact me through my Facebook page, Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual School, or you can contact me personally, Kim Dunn. And so that's probably about all I want to say on the breathwork and meditation. But give it a try if you haven't. It's definitely worth giving it a try and just letting yourself be still and allow that time to come through and feel that stillness and feel that awareness. And you'll definitely feel some shifts, and just stick with it. It's not something you're going to master overnight, but definitely something to give a try in your spiritual awakening. So thank you for listening to that part of my show, and let's take some callers. I would love to have some callers come through this evening. So, Jill. Hi, Jill. How are you?
Good.
That's good, Jill. Where are you calling from today?
Wisconsin.
Lovely, lovely. You got a question?
Yeah, about my work. I'm having a few problems at work with employees. I said I wasn't a racist, and it didn't go well. And with my bosses over a situation at work.
Okay, I'm just shuffling some cards. Let's see what pops out for you, and hopefully we can get some clarity around that for you. Have you been in that job for a while?
A year and a half.
Nice. Okay, so what have we got? Okay, the message coming through is saying to review documents carefully. Is there a contract within that?
Is there what?
Okay, and is there a possibility of a new contract coming through?
A possibility of... Say that again.
Okay, because I've got... Yeah, sure. I feel like there could be a different contract coming through for you, because I'm getting, a fresh start, a very positive change.
Okay, that makes sense.
Great. And it's saying plans that work out perfectly. This is definitely going to be the contract, or a better way of working within what you're doing now, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. What about pay, though? Will it go down?
Okay, let's have a look. You're quite spiritual too, aren't you?
Yes.
Because I also get the message that you're on a spiritual quest.
Okay.
Okay, so regarding the money, I'm getting success for that. So I don't feel like I don't feel like there's going less money, but I feel like there could be a bit more than what you're getting now, but not huge amounts more, if that makes sense.
Totally. Now are my
Okay, great.
bosses going to stay angry at me?
Mm-hmm. Let's have a look.
Because I think they're angry at me.
Okay, let's see what the card says. Are you also recovering from an illness?
Yes.
Okay. The health is going to come back, if that makes sense. Like the vibrant health that you once had, you will feel that again.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. This card's saying streams in how you receive money. So I believe, again, that's coming out to tell us that the money situation is going to be fine for you. Let's just see what's happening with the boss thing. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, yeah, because this card, this is more about you, sorry. It's coming up health problems due to stress. They're saying let others help you. It's a need for balance.
Okay.
Yep. Also saying working too hard or too many hours.
Okay.
Is that something that you can reduce? I feel like that could be something that you could reduce in the new contract. So maybe that's not quite why you're getting a huge amount more. I feel like that could be. Are you working 5 days at the moment?
I work with school kids.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, this card's coming out the release, the endings that lead to new beginnings.
Okay. But I'm okay at work with everyone.
Yeah, I'm getting good vibes about that.
Okay.
I feel like there's more people that you can trust than not, if that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like you've got more allies than not allies, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yep. I feel like the boss is really just sitting on the fence. I feel like he's happy with you and what you do. But I feel like he sees other people interfering as well.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Have you had a chat to him?
I did.
Okay. I feel like you could be over-analysing that situation just a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Yeah. So confidence. Have some confidence, is saying.
Okay.
I really feel like this is going to turn out in your favour.
Okay.
Yeah. So the card I've just pulled now is saying allowing worry to grow out of proportion.
Okay.
Yeah. So just refocus those thoughts for you.
Okay.
But I really do feel like a new contract is coming for you, and something that's going to suit you better and allow your health to come out of that stressful mode that you've been in, that I feel you've been in.
Okay.
Was there any other questions?
Do you see me moving?
Let's have a shuffle, see what we've got. So when I shuffle my card, just fall out like they have now. Let's have a look. Okay, I've got relocation.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's coming soon, though. I feel like that could be mid of this year to late this year, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Would it be my daughter?
With a daughter?
Yeah, that way.
Sure, I'm just going to use my pendulum to ask that question. Won't be a moment. Will it be with her daughter? Okay. That is for my yes. So my pendulum is swinging in a round motion at the moment, and that's my sign for a yes. So that will be with your daughter. Will it be living with her or closer to her?
Okay, near her.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. I really feel like there's a really spiritual transformation for you as well. If you're not in the middle of it, you're going through that at the moment, and just seeing things a little bit clearer in, your reality, if that makes sense. Because as you know, you're creating your reality through your thoughts and your, what you're thinking every day and what you're putting out to the world. So don't forget to remember that you're the reality maker, if that makes sense.
Totally.
And what you're focusing on, like the law of attraction is, yes, what you're focusing on, you're bringing in. And I feel like you're quite strong at that. And just keep doing what you're doing and keeping those thoughts and your vibration really high to bring those beautiful things in for yourself.
Okay.
So no more sleepless nights.
Okay.
Thank you so much for calling in tonight.
Thank you. That was excellent.
You're welcome. You have a great night and get some sleep and stop worrying. And yes, good things are coming.
Thank you. You were excellent.
You're welcome. Have a lovely night.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. Have we got another caller? Hey, Christina, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, Christina. Was there a question you're thinking of, or you were just happy for me to pull some cards for you?
Either or. I was looking, well, more if you don't pull cards, more so my love life. I'm single right now. Do you see somebody coming in from my past or coming in someone new?
No worries. Oh, popping out. Okay, new beginnings. Release people that hold you back. So if that was an ex, we're not going back to exes, only moving forward. I feel like you've been doing a bit of work on yourself. Is that right? Like spiritually?
Yeah, I have been doing work for myself. Yeah.
Yeah, good, because I really feel like the vibration is really high for yourself, and I really did. Let's see what else is coming through. Okay, the wheels just popped out. Fresh starts. A very positive change in your life. Let's see what else we've got. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we've got someone coming in. They're saying he's very ambitious. Very ambitious. And I feel like he's been in a relationship before, or he's been married before, but he's now been taking some time to do some work on himself. Like I've just said to you, have you been doing some work on yourself? And I feel like that vibration that he's raising at the moment is going, and that you've been raising your vibration as well, that you can come in and meet at a same level, if that makes sense. I
Yeah,
feel
that
like
makes
he's
sense.
going to be very sensitive and very open-hearted. But yeah, there's definitely an emotional connection that you'll have on a really deeper level, if that makes sense, than you've had before. I feel like in past relationships, been okay, but there's always something missing. And I feel like this guy's going to give you the thing that was missing, if that makes sense. But there's definitely a romantic encounter coming and a fresh start with him. A feeling that we're looking at probably at least 3 months before he does come in. So in that time, I'll definitely be giving yourself that time to, raise your vibration and, allow yourself to learn and really put out, especially with the new moon that we've just had, put out your intentions of what you really want in a partner in the future. Not just in looks and so forth, but, is he empathetic? Is he respectful? Is he, just those sort of beautiful things that you want to be able to have in your life. So just make sure that you're putting the intention out of what you want that person to be. I really feel like your psychic abilities are very, very high too. And definitely again around this time at the moment with Moon. Are you psychic in a way, or do you feel like you've got some sort of abilities? You all have got abilities,
I feel
of course.
like I have a lot of deja vu moments, and I scare myself. I feel like I have a lot of deja vu moments. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, perfect. We'll definitely pay attention to those signs, because that would be just your spirit team trying to get through to you and give you some messages. Are you meditating at the moment?
No, I have not been. No.
Okay, that's a great place to start, to still your mind and allow yourself to hear your higher self. And that gives you time to really listen to yourself for what you really want going forward in the future with this this person that's coming in for you. But I also see you on a spiritual quest. There's just possibly a change in priorities, and that moving on with this guy is it's an experience that you haven't had before. That's what I feel. I feel like he's really going to bring some new things to your life and your routines, if that makes sense. But yeah, make sure you're asking for your angels for help. Speak to your spirit team and ask them, because we've all got a spirit team. We've got guides and our angels, who are usually our deceased loved ones. And they're always around us, knowing everything that we do. So just chat to them and speak to them and ask them to bring in, this person for you as well. And but definitely take the time out to really sit with yourself and just allow that time for you to listen to your higher self, if that makes sense.
generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Beyond the Loss. Conversations in grief education and healing with Sherry Dworkin-Smith. Live from SherryDworkinsmith.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Beyond the Loss
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for joining us on Beyond the Loss, Conversations in Grief Education and Healing. I'm Sherry Dworkin-Smith. That's SHARIDWORKIN-SMITH. I am a certified grief educator, a psychic medium, and a hypnotherapist. As a grief educator and grief coach, I help people dealing with all kinds of grief and loss to more easily and hopefully smoothly navigate their journey. There are so many different kinds of grief and truly far too resources available. And through my work, I hope to help people better understand their feelings and how grief may be showing up in their lives. The path is different for everyone. And through grief education and coaching, help is available to find meaning and value within the loss so people can do more than just get through whatever it is that they're carrying. And let's face it, these days people are carrying quite a lot. The goal is always to lessen the pain, to understand it, and hopefully also find some level of peace and wisdom amid the loss, even if we don't always find that true understanding. And here on Beyond the Loss, we are talking about grief, and I know it's not a fun subject. It's not very upbeat, but especially in the challenging times that we're living in that seem to be getting more challenging by the day, so many people continue to struggle with grief. And again, so many different things can be causing grief in our lives. Right now, we have expansion of war, expansion of violence, expansion of disease, all kinds of things that can cause grief that have nothing to do with the loss of a loved one. There are many, many things that are causing people sadness, depression, frustration, and even confusion because they're not aware that these things are all part of grief and that help is available. So if you or someone that you know is struggling with deep sadness, depression, anxiety, please know that help is available through people like me and also through the National Suicide Hotline. Even if you may not be having suicidal ideation or thoughts of suicide or self-harm, these places are available to help talk you through it. Help is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, simply by calling or texting 988. That's it, 988, and you will be connected 24/7 to confidential support for yourself or someone you may care about, someone you may be concerned about. This is a big part of what I do, and if something that I say resonates with you, please don't hesitate to reach out, ask a question, send a message, and let's talk and see if grief coaching and grief education could be right for you. And if it's not, I'm happy to refer you to whatever help sources may be available for you. You can most easily find me at my website, that's SherryDworkinsmith.com. Just send me a quick note and I will get back to you as soon as possible. I do want to remind everyone that as smart as those AI systems are, they do still have trouble spelling my name. So be sure if you're looking for me to check out A1R Psychic Radio or askoneradio.com because they've got it right. So today I am so joy-filled to welcome my very dear friend Laura to join us on the podcast. Laura is truly one of the nicest people I have ever met. We have been friends for many years, and I have had the joy not only of traveling with Laura, but learning with Laura, working with Laura, and just hanging out. More importantly, I have had the joy of watching Laura step more and more into her own power through our years of friendship. And I will always remember the very first time that we flew together, that she was so nervous and worried about every single thing, TSA, gates, luggage, all of it. And the last time that we traveled together, she was the one leading the way and giving me a heads up about trains and directions and how to get places. And it was truly fabulous to see the roles be reversed. And as I love to remind her, despite her age, with her age, because of her age, all of the things, she is a total badass who climbed a mountain with me when we were in Sedona, Arizona several years ago. And so today I asked Laura to join us to discuss the loss of her brother-in-law and how she stepped in to help her sister not only to deal with that loss, but also to handle the mountain of paperwork that comes from losing a spouse, selling a home, and moving into a new place. It was a lot. And I'm not going to lie, I was praying for them both as I was watching Laura step in and as they were working their way through all of that. I was a little bit concerned for my friend, and she is a champ. But we both know that there is no timeline for grief. And even today, Laura is still processing and dealing with helping her sister with many things. And I look forward to hearing more about all of this and having her share some of her journey with us. So welcome, Laura.
Thank you, Sherry. And we did climb that mountain, didn't we?
We did. You totally crushed it. She likes to tell me how old she is. I'm not sharing that. She likes to tell me how old she is, but she climbed that mountain. So,
well, let's just say I've moved into my senior years.
Still counts. Laura, can you tell us a little bit about your brother-in-law and about your sister? What was their life like before he passed?
Their life was, in my view, okay, this is just my perception, but to me it seemed almost idyllic. My brother-in-law was a professor at the university, scientist, very smart guy, but yet he was kind, gentle. Not that scientists aren't, but he had a very sensitive and soft side to him, and very funny. I loved his humor. He was just a really wonderful guy to be around. And my sister was just creative in everything. She could sew. She was a beautiful artist, especially with watercolors. Just had an eye for fashion and home decor. And she was in love with vintage items, so she would spend, weekends and trips to flea markets and bazaars and things like that. And her home was so unique and cozy and really fascinating. So they lived this really quiet life. However, they have an autistic son. Let me put it this way. He was diagnosed with Asperger's. So he was on the spectrum and misdiagnosed sometimes over the years. But her primary focus was on him and ensuring, well, both of them actually, but ensuring that his environment was as stable as possible as he grew and moved through various stages in his life. So they lived in the same home. They were married for 54 years and lived in the same home for 50.
Wow, that's amazing. That's such, wow. Just so many milestones there. And so beyond your sister, how did this loss, because this was your brother-in-law, and I know, for me, having lost my brother-in-law, my ex-brother-in-law this summer, and even though he and my sister were divorced and they weren't, married near as long, I was really surprised by how that loss had affected me. So can you speak a little bit to how the loss of your brother-in-law affected you personally?
Yes, he was always, they were married 54 years. He's been a part of our family, for all of those years. Now, we have not lived in the same state for most of our adult lives. So there was that separation, but yet there was, I don't know quite how to explain it. It felt like a stability with him. I loved chatting with him on the few Zooms that we had. Once Zoom came into being, so I actually got to see him and chat with him, and we'd chat once in a while on the phone. But he was just a very special person to me and part of our family.
Yeah. And how did you know after his passing, how did you know that you needed to go and be with your sister? And I know that sounds like a simplistic question, but I talked to a lot of people who are like, I wish I would have gone. I didn't know what to do. So you knew what to do. How did you know to go? And what was that push for you to make the trip? Because that was not an easy trip. I mean, I know you live in Sebring and she's up, up in the Northeast. So, that was not an easy thing.
Yeah. No. Well, in a sense it was. How did I know? That's a good question. The morning she texted me, actually. She didn't call. She texted me. And so reading that text, my heart dropped. My stomach dropped. And one of the things that I do to calm myself is I draw. And so I went and I got my pad and pencils and just started drawing and focused in, and it became very clear to me. My sister I always referred to her as a dinosaur because she never really progressed into having cell phones and tablets and computers, and she, like I said, she loved the vintage stuff. And she herself,
like a Luddite.
Yeah. So immediately I was starting to think, well, how is she going to manage? He basically did everything. He paid the bills, and he even did all the home maintenance. He loved the outdoors. He was just, their world was pretty well contained. So my life has been completely different. I'm a businesswoman. I was in the business world my whole career, and so I was exposed to a lot of all of the things that you need to do to kind of get things done in the world. And given that everything is computerized now and digitized, I should say, I myself pay bills on my phone. My sister would never dream of doing that. It was always checks. So I thought, how is she going to manage? And I had this vision of her being in a boat on the ocean with no rudder, no oars, by herself, and just, the current taking her, the waves. It just was this vision that I had of her. So I called and I asked her, do you need help? I didn't want to impose myself on her during this time. And she absolutely agreed. And so I went. I just went.
And you went multiple times. You went back and forth. You were there for a long time. Yeah. So
yeah, I went 3 times, and I was there for a month each time. And there were various major events for each time that I went. And one was initially after he passed. And I was quite shocked as to what she was left with, and I was grateful to be there for her, just to help her through it. He had passed from, it was a long disease, but yet his journey to his passing wasn't that long. But there was a lot of things that had to be taken care of, that were traumatizing to her. And I just felt I could handle it. better than she could because I had experience, throughout my whole life. I had experience dealing with things. And so I kind of, we sat down. I approached it with her from an unconditional love point of view. I didn't have any expectations for her. I just asked her, what she felt she needed. And she said, I need help, and so I'm famous
I think
for
that's
making
really
lists.
important. And I want to interrupt you, and I apologize, but I want to interrupt you because I think what you're saying is really, really important, that I want to just shine a light on it for a second. That you asked her, you didn't just jump on a plane, because we find that there are people in, different, people mourn in different ways. People process grief in different ways. And I know you and we were talking about this a little earlier, that, some people just shut down. They just can't. And then other people who are the doers in grief, the people who get things done, they're can have a tendency to just jump in and take over. And that also can add to the overwhelm and the shutdown of the griever. And so I loved what you said, that you approached it so gently to say, can I help? Would it be okay if I helped? And that you also said how you sat down with her. You didn't just go in the house and just start doing all the stuff. You sat down with her and you included her to the extent that she chose to be part of that. And you worked it sounds like you worked at her speed to be able to move forward. Yeah. And that's really, really important, because sometimes we're just so anxious to help that we can get in there and almost bulldoze over the person who's already dealing with their own grief.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to say about that is I found myself, when you see someone you love grieving and just so incredibly sad, you want to make things better. That was my instinct. It's like, I wanted to help. And so there was a point within me that I really had to consciously hold back from, like what you just said, going in and doing for her, because it's a gentle time. She was very sensitive and in a lot of pain. So I didn't want to make it worse for her. So we worked at our own pace, and I found something else, if I could say very quickly, that society and friends tend to put expectations on people when someone they love is gone. They're like, well, you need to do an obit, you need to have a funeral, you need to have this and that. And quite honestly, my sister was not prepared to deal with all of that. So I just, I gave her permission. I said, just do what you can do. Just do what you can do. And I think she really appreciated that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you and I have another mutual friend who also lost her spouse just a very short time ago. And she is grieving in a totally different way from your sister. She's very much a doer. And so she, in her whole life, was a doer. And she is finding that to be similar in her grieving process, to just be like, I'm doing this and this and this and this. And when she had, she doesn't have a sister, but she has a best friend who came and spent, several weeks in her home and, called me ahead of time to lament, to say, oh, she's coming. But at the same time, you could tell the gratitude of it. And, in the times that her friend was in and out of the things they were able to get done. And for her, the doing was part of the grieving process. Even amidst the overwhelm. And so it's so important to understand that people grieve differently. They need different kinds of support. And for us as the exterior, the ones who are trying to step in and help, is to come alongside that person and say, let me go at your speed. We're not trying to grab you and pull you along. We're not trying to pass you and just take it over. We're trying to go with your speed. And I think that is so important.
Yeah, I agree with you.
How is your sister doing? It's been a while, right? How's your sister doing now?
It's been 2 years. Yeah, almost 2 years. He passed on February 26, 2024.
Wow.
So it hasn't, it's just been a little over 2 years, and my sister still grieves. It's been very difficult for her. to see her way out of things. But I must say that she had to sell her home. And that was the home they lived in for about 50 years. It was packed full of memories and full of things. So that was one of the months that I went back, was to help her go through that process. So she's still working through it, Sherry. She really is.
It is so long.
We text and talk a lot.
That's good. That's good. I mean, people expect, and I know that there's some people who are going to listen to this and they're going to be like, 2 years, what? They're still grieving, because we are so conditioned from this instant gratification society that we live in, that everything is like, poof, there it is, or poof, there it's gone. And grief is not like that. Grief takes time, and the loss of a spouse, it can take for the rest of your life. And other people, especially to have been married for so long. I have a girlfriend who lost her spouse very unexpectedly years ago, but she very clearly was like, that was it. He was the one. No, there is nobody else. I live a life of purpose, but I miss him every day. I talk to him every day. There is no room in my life for somebody else. He was it. And there is no timeline for grief. And I remember when I was young, somebody said, when you have a breakup when you're young, you say, oh, well, the length of time of the relationship, half that time is how much time it takes you to get over it. And I just remember thinking at the time, what a load of baloney. It just takes the time it takes. And, we are so impatient in our society that 2 years along is nothing for the loss of a 50-year relationship. It's a blink.
Yeah. And I think about the changes that she's had to encounter during this grieving process. She moved out of this home. She's had to take on, terrible loss there. All of the familiar things, the memories, the
safety, security. That's everything. A whole other loss that's compounded on top.
Oh my gosh! And then moving into a new place. The whole move was a big change for her. Her friends are even treating her differently, which is an interesting, outcome of all of this. And so there's been tremendous upheaval in her life. So this process is, 2 years to me seems fine. Given what she's had to go through. Because her life, like I said, was pretty contained for all of those years. He kept her safe, and she felt secure, and all of a sudden he's gone. And so, I know he's still around. I believe in that. And I think she's starting to believe that too. So that's a good thing.
That's awesome. That is a good thing. I will tell you, I have watched my parents, I'm very lucky to have both my parents healthy and alive at the age that I am. It's just a miracle, and I'm grateful. But I watched my parents as their friend groups have lost partners. And as much as they tried to keep those people in the surviving spouses in the friend group, the dynamics just shifted. And every single person that had lost a spouse ultimately moved out of the friend group. And whether that was their choice or just the group dynamics, there's no one right answer there, but it's just another loss that compounds on top of these lifelong friends, because now people are just in different places, and it's just
they are.
Add to it. But I love what you're talking about, of knowing that your brother-in-law is around. How do you know that he's around? Now, we know this is a channel of psychics and mediums, so we talk freely here about the other side.
Well, there was definite, this is just so bizarre. And, I believe that they give us signs if we're open to it and we're listening, and I put quotes around listening, you'll get the sign. And so I was going through papers with my sister, doing all the financial things that we needed to do. And now he shares the same first and middle name as my husband. So that was always, kind of a unique thing that we had going. But what really floored me was I discovered that they both share the same last 4 digits of their Social Security number. And I knew at the time when I found that, the chills just ran up and down all over me. And I just felt it was a sign from him. He led me to that particular paper at that particular time to know that he's around. And he was helping. He was definitely helping. He was a data guy. He was a scientist, and he left lots of data for us. So,
That's awesome.
that is just one of those things where I just knew,
Yeah. And you know what? If you have doubts, if anybody that's listening has any kind of a doubt, I'm telling you, please do go to my website and check out my latest blog post, Our Loved Ones Are Talking, because this just happened to me with my cousin when she was here visiting with her daughter just a couple weeks ago, that her mom was sending us all these signs that she was around and paying attention, that we were together and visiting with each other. And I mean, it's just incredible that our loved ones truly are sending us these signs. It's just so often that we see these things and we go, oh no, that's coincidence, and we just brush them off. But our loved ones are on the other side going, hello. So I just think that's amazing when those things happen, right?
Yeah, I definitely believe it. And the thing is, I'll say very quickly, she was really not a believer. She was always kind of skeptical of, I was her weird sister. But I think that might be shifting a bit now. I think it might be shifting a bit.
It's amazing once people start to see those things and they're like, wait a minute, I can't deny like what I'm seeing right in front of me. And it really starts to get those cogs of the brain going, well, maybe. And the loved ones on the other side are going, yes, let's send some more stuff.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you learned on this journey that you feel is important for others to know?
Well, we've already touched on the main thing, I think, and that is that I think that that whoever is going through the grief process, we need to allow them to be who they are, not make them do what we want them to do. But I really felt that we were like, how do I want to put it? There's a song that I listen to called Water, and it's by a gentleman named Daniel Namod. And he talks about how water just flows down the mountain, and it guides, it takes the easiest route, basically. And I like to think of my life as a metaphor of that, moving through life like water. So if we start resisting and moving against these obstacles, it makes it difficult. It makes it harder. And so she was grieving, and that love for her husband was flowing, and she was in this process. So why do I want to come in and be this boulder in the stream, so to speak? So I wanted to be the one that helped, be the rudder or the oars and just gently guide her through the process, however she needed to be guided. And that's what I learned. That would be the one thing.
That is a beautiful analogy. Absolutely amazing. Laura, thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for being willing to share about your journey. It's so great to have you here, and I'm sending you and your sister a big giant hug. I'm sending you and your husband a big hug, and Abby the dog, who then will thank her for being so well behaved. So, and I know I'm going to see you soon, and I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you so much for being.
Thank you, Sharon. Yeah, and thank you for asking me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as for me, you can find me live on my Facebook page on Mondays at 4:30 Eastern for channeled information and collective card readings for the week, where I share channeled information and card readings to help us get through the week, along with individual oracle card readings. Those videos are also posted on my YouTube channel. This will be our last guest. Next, we will have a replay next week, and the last week of March will be our last podcast here on A1R Radio. So be sure to tune in. We are all struggling with something. We don't have to do it alone. So whatever kind of grief you're carrying, whether it's the loss of a job, a pet, personal relationship, just know that your feelings are valid and that we're all going through it with you. So thank you for joining me on Beyond the Loss, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Beautiful Life
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. My name is Jenna Lee. If you've been watching me for quite some time, or if you're new to this show, I've been a spiritual hypnotherapist now for about 12 years. I'm a natural chiropractor. I've been doing readings I've been doing readings for a few years. However, I've had my gift since I was about 3 years old. So if you have not ever tuned into me before, this might sound a little wild to you, but if you have been following me, it still might be a little wild, okay? So years and years ago, when I first went to my first hypnosis school, I've been to 7 now, I had previously learned how to communicate with spirits using hypnosis. It came in very handy in my lifetime, and I wanted to share a few things that have been happening to me over the course of my career because it's happening again now. But one of the things I've been able to do for about 3 years now is find people to hypnotize, and then they channel messages from the other side to us, and they do it in groups. So I have a really cool story that I want to share because some of these healing techniques that we have been learning through channeled messages through hypnosis sessions is how I have been manifesting. So the story is that one night, me and my best friend Irene were sitting in my living room in my house. She'd asked me to do a reading, and I kind of was like, "You want me to do a reading now?" It's 1:30 in the morning. You know, it takes a lot of energy sometimes. And as I was doing a reading for her, an ascended master came into the session, Saint Germain, if you're familiar with Saint Germain, and he had begun to tell us that the energy of the cosmos is changing so much that we cannot manifest very quickly by ourselves anymore. That we needed to come together into groups, or, you know, even just as a best friend, to come together and manifest together with more energy and more power to make things faster, to make things come in more direct and not so wonky. And so we took that advice and we came together as a group of 5 women, and we began to manifest every single week for a whole year straight. It was kind of like our church, right? And during this time, I have another best friend named Ricky, who is a medium. And with my abilities, they told me to hypnotize Ricky to do a channeling. Now, Ricky's never done channeling before. That's not something that she's ever been able to do before. But Ricky is also a hypnosis student of mine. Very rare. She can go into the deepest level of delta instantaneously. If you want proof of that, go to my TikTok, generally spirit hypnotist, and see how fast she goes under. I can just touch her head and she'll, pass out. So during this time, I did put her under. And true channeling is like when your spirit steps aside and another spirit comes in and passes messages, right? And so that's what she was able to do. And we were all shocked. She's never been able to do this before. But during this time, this collective that they called themselves Theodore started to teach us new techniques for prayer, for manifesting, prayers for the earth, prayers for the firmament, how to help heal our bodies more, how to manifest quicker. And what I want to call is like more direct, right? Do you know if you are manifesting, maybe you're manifesting a house and you're like, I want a 2-bedroom house and I want it to be this much rent. Okay, maybe you get that 2-bedroom house, but it's cold, it's not in the best neighborhood, there's a lot of things wrong with it, So how to get your manifestations, but more clear. more clear. And so I wanted to walk you guys through this process of some of the ways that we're able to manifest more clear, especially when you're in a group with people. Okay, and I'm going to start this. So the first thing that we do in our groups is we go around the room and we name 5 things that we're grateful for. So 5 things that you're grateful for, or 5 things that are going good for you right now. And if I were to ask you that, what are 5 things that you're grateful for? What are 5 things that are going good? And I'll express mine right now. I got a brand new house. It took me a while, but I finally got it. And I had to start from scratch. I went through a very traumatic period of time over the last several months, and had to start fresh. And my friends have chipped in and got me with all new dishes and silverware and utensils and, all the things that make a home, bath towels and rugs and just all the things. That is such a blessing to me. I'm so grateful for that. I am so grateful that I was able to take time to heal myself, and I'm going back to business full time for myself after 7 months of not working full time for myself. And I finally have that desire and motivation to go back full time. So more readings, more hypnosis, more cupping and naprapathy. I am so grateful. You know what? I'm so grateful for spring. It's supposed to be winter here, but the sunshine coming through makes my soul feel like it's alive. I'm so grateful for my good friends that have been there for my healing every step of the way, every day since the trauma that I endured had happened. I am so grateful that I have the motivation to go to the gym and to keep up with my health, and that I feel good enough to do those things. And you know what? I'm so grateful for the relationship I have with my kids. And I love my gratefuls. I could keep flowing with gratefuls, but that is the first step. So I do have a client, I do have a caller right now, Patricia.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you. What can I do for you today?
Interesting. You're talking about manifesting, and I'm experiencing a lot of loneliness and wanting to open up my heart, bring in people and love, so I can heal and grow.
Are you talking more like a romantic relationship?
Yes, and this relationship, because there's so much that has changed in 4 years that it's the complete opposite. Like, everything flipped, and I'm kind of like a blank slate, having to start over.
Yes. Okay. Well, I just went through that, so I understand. Patricia, do you watch the show regularly?
No, I don't. Can you?
Okay. If you are able to at any point, if you get onto YouTube on Moonstruck TV, which is where it's live at right now, if you go back to next week's show, I actually taught a mini class about how to attract your romantic partner, the first steps of the class, as much as I could get out anyways. And I go through some of the steps for that. But what I want to tell you is, have you ever taken the time to write down exactly what it is that you want in a relationship, whether that be a friendship, whether that be a romantic relationship, or anything in between? Have you ever taken the time to write down all the characteristics of what you want in a relationship?
No, and I tell you that the hard part is for me, what I experienced is that I lost my husband. I'm a widow, so I think he's always in my head, and so no, I haven't gone there, but I think it's important that I open up my heart and let that in.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
Pardon me?
How long ago was that?
6 years ago.
Okay. Okay. Oh, let's do. Patricia, will you please give me your birthday so I can tune into your energy a little bit better?
January 7th,
And what year?
1955.
Oh, I love that. Okay. Yeah. So when I'm tuning into your energy, it does feel very shut down, and I understand why. But in the meantime, while it's been so shut down, it looks like you've just put yourself kind of on the back burner. I understand the whole feeling of depression and stuff, but your soul is just really wanting to come out and be like awake, aware, like have almost an ascension, if you will, to come out of that. It does look like your body is lacking some nutrients to help you along with that. So I would really highly recommend vitamin D3/5, especially if you're still going through that loop of depression, because it looks like you've been fighting that for a really long time. I also recommend selenium because of the grief period, and it will deplete it and it will just make things so much more challenging and feel much more intense and longer and drawn out. But the good thing is that you have been very protected, it looks like, during this whole process. You have so many loved ones around you, and it looks like they have been providing you with several blessings to make life a little bit easier for you, even if you don't see that. But I think you've actually noticed is what they're showing me. You've had several blessings happen to you in your life over the last few years. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know that I've been protected because I literally lost, and I'm not going to say lost, I literally, things have been taken, like my home. You know, I had to let go of things, and I basically let go of everything. So when I say that I really am starting over from scratch, I mean, it is from the way I look, the way I feel spiritually, mentally, physically, everything. And then having to come from a nice, safe home environment to the outside where I don't feel safe anymore. And so, yes, to get through what I've gotten through so far, I have to have been protected.
Okay. So one of the things that I would actively work on when you're ready is your energy is holding a lot of anger. So I would actively dismiss that or use it when you're manifesting. Because all of that pent up energy in your body of that anger, it is really holding you back. So if you can release it, please do so. I do utilize my anger to manifest because it gives me the emotion that I need to manifest. But what I'd really like you to do is when you're ready, is start writing things down. Writing things down uses all of your energy. It helps you to manifest and it helps you to heal. And I would start writing things down like, how do you want to feel every day? How do you want to feel? So can you just tell me right now, how do you want to feel every day on a regular basis to the best of your ability? How do you want to feel?
I want to feel like I did 4 years ago, where I get up and I have a purpose and I get out of bed and I know what to do and I have the energy and I'm in my familiar surroundings. You know, 25 years of everything that I had built. It was my creation. And I want to be somewhere again. I want to start building again. I want to start creating again so I have my home and all the loved ones around me again. All of my loved ones.
Now let's put some emotions into that as well. What emotions do you want to feel every day?
Oh, just love. Just love and giving and taking care of. That's me. And with that, when everybody disappears, it's kind of like your purpose goes, when your house goes. Because I was caring for my house, my neighbor, all of that.
So, do you feel like you could give yourself the love that you want to experience and start filling your own cup back up and creating that way?
if writing down how I want to feel every day will create that, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So the next thing I would do also is let's think of a time when you experienced that love. As you were talking, your energy shifted. Did you notice that? Did you notice it coming back up and almost coming more alive when you were talking about that?
Yes,
Yeah.
because I'm
That's
coming from a place was yes, I was grounded. I'm not grounded now, and I want to be grounded.
right.
I'm
So
I'm a tree that got pulled out from its roots, and I want to be rooted again.
okay. Well, we will get you there. Now, you just did a really good job of talking about things and bringing things up, but let's do a specific memory. What is one specific memory that allows you to feel that you want to feel again?
Just feeling that I'm not full of anxiety, and I can get up and just feel like I have what I had before. Get up and meet friends, and go out and have a job, and take care of animals, and lend myself wherever I can. And I love being around people. I love the interaction. I love the energy. I take in a lot of it though, other people's
Yes, I
energy,
can see
but
that.
yeah.
So
But yeah,
what I'm asking is when you can conjure up a memory, when you can recall a memory, I want you to sit in that memory. So something specific, it might take you some time to come up with something. But for example, maybe you were at a family dinner and maybe you were celebrating something and there was just so much love there. There were people there. You were active, maybe getting the dinner ready and taking care of everybody, and your whole heart was filled with so much love. And maybe it was like a memory of your husband coming up and giving you a kiss and telling you, I love you. Some type of specific memory that fills your soul with that same type of passion that you just expressed a moment ago. And as you're recalling that memory and kind of replaying it over and over and over, that is the signal, the emotion that goes out to the other side to bring you more of that kind of stuff back into your life. So you would do it on a regular basis to think about that and then start stating out loud or writing down, which is my preference, what it is that you want now. And that emotion is the signal that's going to bring you more stuff back. But you are also so highly protected. You have so many people around you. I would also be utilizing them to help you bring that in. So I like to give my spirit guides a job. I tell them frequently what I'm needing from them, what I need them to do for me throughout the day to give them, a job, I guess, to help me out as well. Utilize your team, speak to them, be open, be direct, know exactly what it is you want, because you have so many people around you that is encouraging you and supporting you. Please use them because you will get to where you want to be. If you're actively doing these things and doing the healing and the manifesting, I see you, I don't know if you'd like to craft or something, but really using your hands and getting good energy out. I don't know how to word it. Maybe like crafting, but there's something with your hands being very active. And I see that really starting to come back into existence in the next 3 months. But please just start writing things down. How do you want to feel? What kind of people do you want in your life? How do you want to feel around them? And then I would love to be able to hear back from you once that shift starts happening, because I do see it happening in the next few months.
Great.
Are you okay?
Yes. Did you hear me?
I did not know.
I said I used to have a little craft business.
Oh,
And
that makes so much sense.
Yeah, so I used to do a lot of different things, and I'm very textile. I do love to touch things, work with my hands.
Yes.
So, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that for you. Patricia, I have another caller that I have to take before I get off of here. So if you need anything else, please reach back out. But I want to hear how that's all shifting for you in the next few months, okay?
Okay, and what's your name again?
My name is Jenna Lee.
Jenna Lee. Thank you, Jenna Lee. I appreciate your
You're
time.
welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Okay, I'm going to just take another caller. Helen from Buffalo, New York.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Not too good, but got a lot of family problems, but everybody's got problems, right?
Yeah, we all have problems. What can I help you with? What would you like?
A reading.
Okay. Can you give me your full birthday so I can tune into your energy, please?
June 30th, 1965.
Okay, is there something that you would like to focus on first, or are you just wanting general?
Well, I have two sisters, and I didn't talk to them for 2 years, and I tried to be around them, and it just didn't work out. So I guess
Yeah.
it's best just to stay away from them.
Are they just pretty negative towards you?
Yes, very negative toward me, yes.
But it's been like
And
that
the
your whole
ones
life, hasn't it?
What was it?
Has it been like that your whole life?
Yes, and I keep going back sometime and expect different, but I think I learned my lesson this time.
I hope so. Because the number one thing that's happening with you is you're not meant to fit in with them. They're so lower vibrational, and they are here to almost trigger you in a way to keep your healing going, because you're here trying to advance, like you're almost in college, if you will. Your soul's trying to advance. It's trying to learn, number one, self-love, patience, tolerance, forgiveness, those kinds of things. And when they trigger you, your job is to remember who you are and rise above that. You are not meant to fit in with them because they are so lower vibrational. You're also here to remove generational curses and do some generational healing. And every time you try to fit yourself back in there and go back to that, you just get dragged down. But you're meant to be the person to break all the crap that the generational line has had in it, and you've been doing a good job. So you're going to have to remember to love yourself and fill yourself up, because it's never going to come from them. And in fact, there's several people in your family that it's never going to come from. And throughout your life, that's why you keep attracting broken people, because you are just such a natural healer. However, you do get dragged down and all that stuff so easily sometimes, but you've done such a good job of pulling yourself out every time. You are meant to stand out and to do generational healing. And you do, it looks like you kind of talk negatively to yourself a lot in the past. You're getting better at it now. And you really have made such a huge difference in your soul's journey. If you weren't aware of that, you've done a very good job. But there is sorry, go ahead.
I'm aware of it, but when I went around them, now it's taking me days to build myself back up from being around them, because I don't understand why they're the way they are with me,
Right. Right. But you don't have to understand why they are. They just are. And that's enough to know. It's because your energy doesn't match. You're high vibrational. You're in college. They're in kindergarten. You're never going to be able to have good conversations and hang out with kindergartners when you're so far advanced. So you don't have to really fully understand. You're just not meant for them. And that's okay. But the reason you're having a hard time getting over it is because it gave you a negative attachment. You have a negative attachment, kind of like a leech or a parasite that's on you. It looks like it's up by your right shoulder. I believe it's the right shoulder. Somewhere right behind the right shoulder scapula. But right up in the shoulder area, you've got like some type of leech or parasite that's black and slimy looking. Because you're a natural healer, just imagine grabbing that and pulling it off of you and throwing it wherever you want to. Just don't let it come back to you. And then, I rub my hands together and try to touch that spot and just seal it back up. No energy is going to leak for me. I'm keeping my energy for myself. pure, protected, and safe, and they can just get away from me. But you do have an attachment. That's why. Have you noticed having any like stomach cramps on top of all of this?
Oh yeah, I do. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's coming from them, just so you know.
Okay.
So you just need to do some energy cleansing. And then you have to remember I'm like, sorry if I say this out loud, Dave. Dave's my producer. You're a badass. You are a badass. You were here to remove generational curses, and you are here to help break that crap, the same type of stuff that they're doing. That cycle is ending with you. You have done your job. You do not need them. The human life tells us we do, but you don't. You are freaking amazing, and you can find that love in anybody else, just not the family, okay?
Okay, well, you know something? You've helped me a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Please go take off that parasite, though, because it's going to keep draining you and making you tired where you can't physically do anything. It's going to want you to sleep all the time. But you've got stomach problems because of that, too, the cramping and stuff. So just take care of that. And if you need me in the future, find me again, okay? Huh?
Okay, you said just pull it off and throw it away and don't look back or anything.
Yep, and I just rub my hands together and touch that spot and feel it. And I just completely say things like, I fill this space back up where no negative energy can reattach. My energy is safe, it is secure, it is clean, it is whole, and it is for me. I no longer share my energy with anybody who's lower vibrational. I reclaim any energy I have given, healed, and whole, things like that. Your intention will be enough.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else
You're
you
welcome.
love to tell me?
I just want to remind you that you are amazing. You're doing a great job, okay? Just keep that in mind.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Dave, will you pop up how much time I have on there, please? Okay, while he's telling me how much time I have, I just wanted to tell you when we're going back into manifesting, the second step is, what is it that you are healing from? 5 things you're healing from. I am healing from trauma. I'm healing from lack of prosperity, or I am healing from a poverty mindset. I'm healing from not liking my body. I'm healing from loss. I'm healing from grief. Like, what is it you're healing from? And the next thing is what are you attracting into your life? So the good, healthy things. I'm attracting prosperity. I'm attracting motivation. I'm attracting happiness. I'm attracting free traveling. I'm attracting lots of things. So those are some steps for you to start manifesting. I would love to see you here next week, 10:30 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesdays. And I hope you guys have a marvelous week and do some manifesting and bring your friends in too, because that's what they're telling us to do. Have a good night, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Oracle Buffet
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, bienvenidos a otra edición del Buffet de Oráculos. Welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet, brought to you by yours truly, Heather Carmona, A1R Psychic Radio. And let's talk about the other sponsors. High Class Grass, plant-based company. Find them at highclassgrass.com, on the Amazon, on the TikTok, and on the Walmart. Also, Lighthouse Center in Whitmore Lake, Michigan, lighthousecenterinc.org. Stop by there for a meditation, a class, or just check it out. And that's about it for sponsors for the week. Today, I'm just feeling kind of lazy, so I just want to pull cards today. So if you got a problem with that, then I guess keep scrolling, because that's what it is today. That being said, we're going to pull cards based on zodiac signs. So let's get started. How about we're going to start with Pisces today. We're going to start from behind. All right, Pisces. What does the universe want Pisces to know today? Pisces should probably know this. All right, Pisces. I intend to co-create from my place of positive attraction. The individual creators who are coming together must be in a place of positive attraction before they come together, or nothing positive can come out of the co-creation. If you are negatively focused and not feeling good, you can only attract others who are in the same state of negative attraction. That is why looking for a mate from a place of insecurity or lack of anything can never bring you the mate you really want, but instead brings you one who amplifies your current lack. Okay? So you need to manifest from a place of positive attraction, Pisces. And also, I got the intention card. Intention is simply allowing the will and the mind to align and move in harmony. May I always focus on the highest. My intention is that all God's wishes for me come true. So set your intention, make sure it's something positive, because that's what you're going to attract there, Pisces, is something based on your state of attraction. It's quantum physics in action. The observer effect, collapsing particles into waves, or waves into particles, excuse me. Anyway, that's what the universe wants you to know, Pisces. How about Aquarius? Aquario. What does the universe want our Aquarius friends to know? Aquarius, you probably know this. Sanctity. Through offering, even the most mundane problem can become a sacrament. Words. Okay, so offer your problems to the universe and let them become a sacrament. That's what the universe wants you to know today, Aquarius. You got problems? Universe has solutions. Let it figure it out. Okay? You don't have to do everything all by yourself. Speaking of doing everything all by themselves, let's talk about the manager of the zodiac, Capricorn. Capricornio, como se dice en español. All right, a ver, ¿qué es lo que un universo quiere que sepa? Capricornio. To know this. Relaxation. I'm going to put that one close by, Capricorn, so you can see it. Relaxation. I don't even think you can read that. That's BS. Who's my camera manager around here? That's right, it's me. And I'm not great at it. But anyway, nothing happens without my having invited it. When you understand the law of attraction, you are never surprised by what occurs in your experience. Or you understand that through your own thought process, you have invited every bit of it in. Nothing can occur in your life experience without your invitation of it through your thought. Everything in your life you have invited in one way or another, Capricorn. So invite some relaxation. That's what the universe wants you to know today. Relax. Let it happen. You don't got to control everything, and you don't have to do everything. All right. Sagittarius. What does the universe want Sagittarius to know today? Oh, Sag. Got a lot to say today, don't we? All right. My financial decline will not elevate the impoverished. You cannot get poor enough to help impoverished people thrive. It is only in your thriving that you have anything to offer anyone. If you want to be of help to others, be as tapped in, tuned in, and turned on as you possibly can be. A financial decline will not elevate the impoverished, Sagittarius. And what about this one? This person could die tonight. Several times a day, when someone is talking to you, in person or on the telephone, remind yourself, this person could die tonight. This may be the last time I will be with them. Notice any changes in how you listen, speak, or interact with them. Back of that card says, some people find this exercise a bit depressing at first, but they soon discover that when they become aware of their own mortality and that of the person that they are talking to, they listen and pay attention in a different way. Their heart opens as they hold the truth that this could be the very last time they will see this person alive. When we talk to people, especially people we see daily, we are easily distracted and only half listen. We often look a bit to the side or down at something else rather than directly at them. We might even be annoyed that they have interrupted us. It takes the realization that they could die to make us look at them anew. Becoming aware of death opens our awareness to this single, vivid moment of life. So, Sag, your financial decline is not going to elevate the impoverished, so go make money and share it. And then realize that whoever you're talking to, myself included, could die tonight. And listen accordingly or talk accordingly. All right. On that note, Scorpio, what does the universe want you to know today? Oh, shoot, Scorpio. Okay, they're short ones. Keep your commitments, Scorpio. Keep your commitments. Surrender. Don't surrender your commitments, though. Sometimes learning to surrender can feel as if you're dying. The ego learns what's hardest to stop trying to control the universe. Scorpio control, checks out. Surrender your control, Scorpio. Keep your commitments. And last but not least, just ask. There are many here in the spirit world that can assist you at this time. We are made up of the divine source, your loved ones, friends, guides, angels, and spirit helpers who are waiting to assist you. We are your spiritual team, and all you have to do is ask for our help and guidance. That's beautiful, Scorpio. Surrender to what's going to be, keep your commitments, and ask for help. That's what the universe wants you to know today, and I think that's beautiful. All right, Libra. What does the universe want our Libra friends to know today? Libra Spinal, this. Pray from the heart. Prayer can really move mountains. Reach out to the divine with your heart's concerns and watch miracles unfold. Pray from the heart, Libra. That's what the universe wants you to know today. Don't pray from your ego, pray from your heart. And so it is. All right. Virgo, what does the universe want our Virgo friends to know today? All right, Virgo. There's a lot of you in my life. I like me some Virgo. You know why I like Virgos? Because they have what I lack, which is attention to detail and patience. All right, Virgo. Endless desires. As often as possible during the day, become aware of the rising of desire. People report that prior to doing this exercise, they have always thought of desire in regard to food or sex. However, as one man reported, after maintaining an awareness of desire throughout the day, he found that desire is constantly arriving from the time he awakens until the final conscious moment before he falls asleep. When the alarm clock rings, desire for more sleep. Walking into the kitchen, desire for coffee. In the evening, desire to lie down in bed, and so on. Many people are stunned to find that they are a mass of desire, thinly disguised as rationality. When you are unhappy, discover what you are clinging to and let it go. So, pay attention to your desires throughout the day, Virgo. What are they trying to tell you? Okay, Leo. What does the universe want Leo to know today? Leo, our little lion French by this. Oh, Leo. Gotta make me work, don't you? All right. I am in the perfect position to get there from here. Nothing has to change in your environment or the circumstances that surround you for you to begin to deliberately allow your own connection to the stream of well-being. You are in the perfect place right now to begin. And by my attention to things, I am making choices. What people do not understand is that you do not choose something by looking at it and shouting, yes, I would like some of that. You make your choices by your attention to things. In this universe that is based on attraction, when you look at an unwanted thing, your attention to it causes an activation of the vibration within you. And then the law of attraction begins to bring more of that, like that, into your experience. There's a cloud in this sheet of paper. If you are a poet, you will clearly see there is a cloud floating in this sheet of paper. Without the cloud, there can be no rain. Without water, the trees cannot grow. And without trees, you cannot make paper. So the cloud is in here. The existence of this page is dependent upon the existence of a cloud. Paper and cloud are so close. Paper and cloud are interconnected. They are interrare. That's what the universe wants you to know today, Leo. I gotta cut it short. Running out of time. Cancer. What does the universe want Cancer to know? All right, Cancer. Holds the prairie soil card. What riches do I carry within? What riches do you carry within, Cancer? That's the question the universe wants you to be asking yourself now. How about Gemini? What does the universe want Gemini to know? There's something better, Gemini. There's something better. And Sacred Self. I know I am love. Change me, divine beloved, into one who knows my true worth in every moment. Let me experience that I am love. My own sacred self will always draw kindred spirits. There's something better. If you've been questioning something, Gemini, there's something better. I don't know what that means. You do. Tell me in the comments. Subscribe today. Or whatever they say on those videos. All right. Taurus. Honoring. I am kind and loving. Change me, divine beloved, into one who honors my emotions. Let me feel my feelings without judgment. And then release them. Show me how to be kind and loving to the child inside who needs care. Be kind and loving to yourself, Taurus. That's what the universe wants you to know today. All right. Last but not least, definitely not least, Aries. What does the universe want Aries, whose birthday it is, to know today? All right. The 9 declarations. Meet life with full presence and power. Reclaim your agenda. Defeat your demons. Advance with abandon. Practice joy and gratitude. Do not break integrity. Amplify love. Inspire greatness in slow time. And then, that weren't enough, relax. I receive all blessings. Oh, beloved, change me into one who knows how to relax completely, sleep deeply, and receive all the blessings of every moment exactly as it presents itself, with ease and gratitude. Aries, that's beautiful. That's what the universe wants you to know today. Get a frog in my throat, which means it's perfect time to end this show. Thank you for tuning into this week's edition of the Oracle Buffet. Nos vemos en otro día, in a week. We'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our
websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights with Solaris
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years now, and I'm certified in over a dozen different modalities from Reiki, astrology, numerology. But regardless of all of that, I always come back to say I am simply a channel of spirit, and I bring messages for those who find me. And I always start out with a message for the collective, kind of what to expect over the next couple of days. So over the next week, these are things to just consider. It is going to affect everyone a little bit different, as this is a collective reading. But what we have here is, it seems like it's going to be a little bit challenging over the next couple of days, particularly around money and your foundations and your finances. For some people, you may be wrapping up some financial decisions or preparing for upcoming decisions within your finances, your home, just overall your security, your material security, and how you're going about that. It seems like for the most part, it's just going to be a little bit frustrating over the next couple of days, but it is going to balance out. But you just have this, there's this fear of your material aspects of your life not quite working the way you want it. And it's being balanced by this challenging beginning, but it's going to come together. So try not to get so frustrated over the next couple of days. Know things as just a temporary standstill, and you're going to be moving forward. And with that, good luck. And we are going to go to our caller today. So we have Melody. Hello, Melody. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. What can we do for you today?
Well, I'm just looking for a little direction, I guess I would say. I'm in a weird phase of my life, and I don't know.
Okay, well, let's see what we can get to you. So there seems to be already, I'm getting like all different directions, but this is a wonderful time for positive change for you. Seems like you're closing out a lot of things. And so kind of when you're going to the next, it simply is like, okay, what do I do next? But at this moment, it seems like it's still closing out things that has happened from your childhood and just the past. So this could be regarding like children or memories from your childhood, all sorts of things. But there's something in your past that is asking to be closed for you to step forward and to have more clarity. Have you been thinking about the past a lot recently?
Yeah, I just lost my dad, so that's the past has definitely been on my mind. Just memories, and I'm doing therapy, just going through some things that trauma from my childhood and things like that. So, yeah, it's relevant.
Yeah, and especially continue to seek out that professional advice, because it is helping. The cards are showing it is helping balance that emotional state, and also giving logic to some of the emotions that you had trouble like identifying, especially when you're like children and we don't always have that emotional intelligence. It does take a while to really name things that has happened, good, bad, whatever it may be. But as you are moving, and I'm seeing a lot of changes coming for you, like over the next couple of weeks, particularly like 9 weeks, especially as we're going into April and we're going into more of a rainy season as well, you're going to see a lot of changes. And it is going to bring up more emotions from the past, but you have the connections to kind of help you through those emotions. And that's what's clearing out the way. Because, right, April showers bring May flowers, it's that sort of thing. So it's like, okay, this is a moment where you're learning to clear away that what you don't need, and then accepting things that has happened. And that's really going to help you move forward as far as that clarity comes towards you. Now, Melody, were you trying to figure out more about just in general, or were you wanting to focus more on like career, relationships, family? What were you thinking about that?
I would say career related and relationship and family. I mean, really all of the above, honestly,
Oh,
Jennifer.
great. Yeah, then let's go ahead and get all the information we can for you at this time. All right. So, as far as your career, you need a rest. If you have vacation time or if you're able to take some time off, if you're in that position, this is something that would help you a lot. It's not a time for you to make any career decisions. And if you are thinking like, oh, maybe I need to move or I have this opportunity, but I'm not sure if it's quite for me, um, just don't make any decisions without taking quiet time to understand what everything is going in. So this is just really telling you rest. Um, you've lost someone very close to you and part of your life. And so just, again, take time to make any career decisions. There is some unwise choices which are being revealed to you as far as your career. Particularly, there's a lot of things going on. There seems like you're being pushed to make a decision and rest. Be more playful as well if you're able to, especially if someone's starting to get a little bit frustrated in the workplace or I'm seeing like two people in a workplace like fighting. So I don't know if you have any coworkers who are in a relationship, but if there's any type of drama between two people in your workplace, just let it go. Try to steer clear of it because it's not your issue right now. Spirit's not getting me anything quite clearer for that right now. So we can come back if we need to, but I'm going to step into family. And I am seeing just overall in your family unit, a lot of fears, a lot of like, okay, what next? And it seems like it is about that transformation, losing a member of the family, moving forward, actually opening up about fears, opening up about things that weren't said while your father was alive, sort of situation. Everyone is a little bit on edge, particularly within your closer family unit. So Spirit is saying, allow yourself to be kind, empathetic, and patient, especially towards yourself as you're going through the emotions of grief. And if you're in a situation where you are becoming somebody who is the emotional metronome around your family unit, that is a lot of burden and that can be a lot of stress on you. So please watch your own health because there is a real cautionary tale here about stress in your body and you actually getting sick from holding everyone else's emotional burden. Have you felt like that recently at all?
Yeah, I've always carried a lot, when it comes to my family. But, just through therapy and, even you mentioning work, I actually just took some time off of work because it just felt like, it was the right time. My dad wasn't well. And I think, the universe and God for me having that time with him. But through that time, I have learned that I cannot carry everyone's emotions. So I am in a restful period. I am trying to work through those things, just trying to show up more for myself.
Yes. And so, like, with that, Spirit is like, hey, you are doing what is going to be the best for you long term, especially with taking that resting period and a resting time. Is there anything else that you need to know? That I know like that's just kind of explaining the current situation and saying like, hey, you're doing exactly what you need right now, but is there something else you want to know about the family and career situations?
Yes, because I'm in the process of determining if it's time for me to finally make my pivot from my corporate career to full-time real estate. I've been pondering this for a very long time, and I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's right, but I'm just not sure if I'm ready to make the leap.
Okay. Yeah, I can especially see that you are in a time of like, you have your guard up because can be quite difficult to do any type of pivot, especially when, right, we can be in uncertain times economically, and then you've had a major life transformation followed by another one. So Spirit is saying that when we are coming into any type of pivots, now is a time to continue to wait just a little bit, because you're rebuilding your foundation. And that foundation is putting in better boundaries, not taking everyone's emotional burdens. And so you have some lessons to wrap up, which will really help you kind of develop more skills for that real estate position and going to have that pivot. But it seems like as you are learning and as you are rebuilding your foundations, you will receive quite, I would say, a very similar type of salary, it seems like, with that pivot as you have right now. That would be at the beginning. So the work that and effort that you put into like getting the license and working and going into that, you will receive the payoff. But there is a lot of fears around self-employment right now and uncertainty around employment. So again, I think this is more of a resting period for you, not to make any impulsive decisions, but it is important for you to listen to your intuition on when you feel comfortable and safe to move forward. And again, at this time, you're tying up a lot of lessons, and there's going to be a lot of shifts coming forward. So it's okay to take your time. Let's see overall, when can we expect to see this pivot happen? It seems like it will happen relatively quickly after that period of introspection. And also just be aware that there is some economic burdens that are coming to a close. So be careful as far as expecting the housing market to be safe for the next couple of months, but it is changing and there is ending to that to have more of that market boom again. So again, I am not a financial advisor, but it does seem like long term that is a fantastic pivot for you. You just need a little bit more time to do healing and to rebuild your foundation.
Okay,
does that make sense?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's about right.
And we are running a little bit out of time, but as far as relationships, are you currently in a relationship?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there may be some new and exciting people coming your way. I'm seeing most likely younger. It could be by a couple of days to even a few years, but is going to be someone younger or has a more youthful personality. They will be very flirty, but they'll also be a little bit traditional. But you'll have fun flirting for a while. You'll have really fun just to have time to go out and really surrounding yourself with good times and everything. So I'm not seeing too much of a strong, serious relationship, but you are definitely stepping back in to that type of commitment. But you're going to have fun, and as you're healing, it's just going to make you and bring you more joy.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, and I'm New York City Celebrity Psychic. This is my retreat here. That Chinese screen in the back is, it's from China. Okay. Anyway, I am, we're snowed in where I am right now. So I haven't, I'm a little out of touch with humanity. So we're going to dive right into the psychic tarot weather. And psychic tarot weather is like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. While I'm doing this, please feel free to call in and ask me any question that's in your heart, as long as it's not calculus, geography, or certain aspects of geometry. Physics is okay. Anyway, so the first card represents the beginning of the week, starting today. So the second card is the weekend. The third card is the rest of the week until next Wednesday. Hi, Melissa. I'm glad you're here.
Hi, Perry.
Hi, sweetie.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Good. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather. So I'm going to ask you to do some vagus nerve breathing, VAGUS nerve breathing. Goes like this until I come back to you. So just breathe in deeply, like that, and then breathe in what's on top of that, like that, and then breathe out through pursed lips, like you're blowing out a candle. It's a little undignified, and it will amuse any toddlers in your vicinity. But do that like 3 times just to bring your central nervous system into alignment, as opposed to the vagus nerve, VAGAS, which is when stimulated, where you wake up in a hotel in a Nevada city surrounded by 10 unconscious sex workers, 10,000 empty bottles of liquor, and a missing decade of your life. But enough about my personal life. Anyway, glad you're here. Melissa means honey in Greek, doesn't it?
What's that?
Melissa means honey in Greek, right?
Yeah, I think it means honey bee.
Okay, either is good. So, all right, here's the psychic weather for the week. This is for you and everybody. And then we'll get to your specific question. You sound really nice. I'm glad you called. Yay. Okay. So the first part of this is an interesting card. I'm going to have to put my finger over parts of it. I didn't realize this is a fairly uninhibited tarot deck. Okay. So I'm putting my fingers over the naughty bits. Sorry, I need a manicure. So this is the card of, it's the devil card, but it doesn't mean literally like, ooh, big guy with horns and, you know, that thing. What it does mean is that you might be in a time of quitting being in bondage to something or someone. So you might be struggling to quit drinking or smoking, or maybe getting out of a relationship that some part of you knows is not good for you. And this card is saying that you've got a lot of sort of angelic energy behind you supporting that decision. So anything you decide to stop doing, whether it's smoking, drinking, toxic relationship, crochet, excuse me. Actually, I think you can keep doing crochet. So that's the first part of the week. Interestingly, a second part of the week, the weekend, it's a great card for the weekend. This is the victory in, can you see this? It's the chariot card. It's a chariot being pulled by a black sphinx and a white sphinx. And what that means is sphinxes are useful. What it means is combining arts and business. So you might be getting a new job where you combine something sort of arts related and something business related, or you might be starting your own side hustle, which combines both. Or you might be, it's usually woman-led business. So you might be sorry about that. And the last card, almost there, Melissa. Oh, this is really nice. We have the 6 of Cups. This always means to me that somebody you used to love or used to be friends with or was very important to you is coming back into your life. This could be the return of an old lover. I mean, young, but not a current love. Oh, you know what I mean. It could be you reconnecting with a friend from maybe childhood. But it's a wonderful card. And whenever it shows up, it presages a time of kind of sweetness, nostalgia, and reminiscence and good stuff. So it's going to be a good week. Okay. All right, my darling, how can I help you?
I kind of a general question, I guess. Where do you see me within the next year in, kind of love and life? Where do you see my path going? Is it going to be with somebody, by myself? Do I kind of stay put and grow as I am? What do you see kind of towards the end of this next year?
Gotcha. Good question. What day is your birthday? I like to connect people through
February
the
9th.
Oh,
February
happy
9th. I'm
birthday.
going to be 45 and
you're just a baby. She's older than you. Okay. What has happened? Melissa? The fact that you're not in a relationship right now is, on some level, your choice, because the relationship that's coming towards you, and it is, but it's not immediate. You've some part of your spirit or soul has chosen to be by yourself right now, so you can grow into your own expectations rather than anybody else's. You have a tendency, well, I mean, we all do. We all have a tendency to kind of change ourselves a little bit to be with the person that we are in love with. But for you, you've been changing very fast. The last few months, last year kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie. This year's going to be much better, and you're going to notice this kicking in right after your birthday, around February 15th to 25th. I think you're not going to meet, I don't feel like men, women, llamas, whoever this person is. I'm just going to call them Bob. I don't know. I just like the name Bob.
That was my ex-boyfriend's name. That's funny.
Well, that's just my job. It's funny. It's not a name you hear very much anymore. Okay, so this feels to me like, well, he might be coming. If that Bob comes back around, you're done with him. Don't go back there, even if it's tempting. But you're very attractive. I mean, you just are. Yeah, I can see you. I'm good at remote viewing.
Thank you.
So you really don't have to worry about finding somebody, because the minute you decide that, okay, it's time for me to have a relationship, the person's going to appear. I think you're going to meet somebody. Are you traveling this summer? Are you going to like Greece in August or something?
No, I don't have any big travel plans quite yet. A few little ones, but nothing crazy big.
Okay. I think you're probably going to wind up taking a bigger I can't talk. Hold on. I'll rewind. There. I think you're going to wind up traveling farther and more than you think. You might be accidentally taking a cruise. That happened. I won a cruise once, and it's like, wow. So either somebody's going to invite you in one, or it looks to me like you're going to be traveling August, September. And I think that's where you're going to meet this person. Yeah, actually. Even if you don't have anything planned, but trust me on this.
Okay.
But it's also going to happen. You really have been changing a lot, and in a very good way. And it can be lonely, it can be hard, it can be sad, but the worst of that is over, and you've learned, unlike most people, you've actually learned from your experience. Do you feel that's true?
Yes, that is very true.
Cool. Yeah, I think so too. Well, Aquariuses are great. You guys are awesome. You're not like other signs.
This is true. This is very true.
Yeah. I mean, there's like 11 other signs, and then there's Aquarius, and you're not like the rest of us. And that's a great thing. You guys are always very original. You very seldom let your heart speak louder than your head, and I kind of think that's a good thing. But the person you're going to find is somebody who's an intellectual equal, because one of the things you're doing this year is you're finding out, like on some level, you've always known you're really smart, but you're going to really dive into that this year. You might even go back to school, but on some level, you're going to take your intelligence. And do you write, or do you have kind of a writer way of looking at things?
No, I'm artistic, but no, I I don't really do any of that currently. I do work a corporate ladder that I don't want to continue to climb, but I do.
Yes.
But I teach yoga. I do chakra balancing, like that type of stuff. So,
cool.
in an essence, that's kind of artsy, more than corporate ladder.
Yeah, you're not a corporate person. I guess the artsy is what I was picking up on. I would keep your corporate job for now because there's going to be a lot of societal ups and downs coming up. So you want some stability. I would think about building something out from your yoga teaching. I teach Kundalini yoga.
Okay.
For you, I think that you might want to, I don't know if you teach at a specific place or you teach in a bunch of different places. What I'm getting is keep your practice steady. You can even up the time if you want, because what's going to happen in the next few months is what you want to do, the yoga, your creativity, and your ability to run a business, because you have a good business sense, even though you're creative. What's that like? They're going to combine to, I'm not sure if you might open your own yoga studio, but that wouldn't be for a year or two. What I think you might be doing is sort of, how can I put this? Get 90 seconds. I would concentrate in that because I'm getting a lot of green and gold light around that. And to me, that means that there's a lot of growth and healing, but there's also money. And we like money. Money is our friend. Money takes us out to dinner. Money is nice to us. So I think by the end of the year, your path is going to be a lot clearer than it seems right now. And you're going to start, I think by June or July, you're going to have some idea about how to package what you do or how to sort of, I don't want to say brand because that's so gimmicky, but you're going to come up with something that's specifically Melissa. It's like Melissa Lini, like Kundalini. Right after that is when your person is going to show up, because your trajectory this year is going up, and you're going to just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great, actually. I mean, now as opposed to you 10 years ago, unbelievable. Totally different person. Kind. I mean, you were
life shifts a lot.
Yeah, but you've done great. So trust yourself. You're going to have money. Trust the yoga thing. And give me a call when the guy shows up, because I want to say, I told you so.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Zodiac Zone
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Zodiac Zone. I am Melissa Markham, an evolutionary vibrational astrologer. Wanted to say a couple of things that are happening this week. Looks pretty intensive in the astrology world. Tomorrow night, we're having a full moon in Taurus. And I've said this on other shows that full moons are great for a time to release something. And Taurus is an interesting sign because it's not only about our money, but about our self-worth. So when we think about that, it can be pretty complex. And I wrote down a couple of things that I wanted to share with you. So here are some of the things that Taurus could represent. Emotional clarity around security and stability. So if you're not feeling that, couple things that you can do is really go inside and say, you know, where do I feel stable and secure? And if it's not around a job or not around anything in your life that you can let go immediately, obviously a job would take some planning and some, work behind that, but let those feelings go. Reevaluation around personal values, what truly matters versus what you've been tolerating, reassessing what feels heavy, forced, or draining when it comes to resources or, again, your self-worth, honoring your needs rather than ignoring them, letting go of old attachments or to old identities or roles, strengthening boundaries with people or habits that no longer align. These are, again, self-worth issues. Deepening connections to senses, food, touch, beauty, stillness. So if you're feeling like a really good thing to do is to ground. And what is grounding? Grounding can mean so many things to so many people, right? What I do to ground is I put my bare feet to the earth. And what I do, some of the most important work that I do to get into a state of consciousness, what I want to release, is I do breath work. So 3 rounds of 10 of the most obnoxious breaths that you can do, because you're essentially blowing out the carbon dioxide and you're really getting rid of what no longer serves you. I think that that's really, really important. Some of the things that you should do during a full moon is slow down, check in with yourself, ground your body, like I said, feet to the earth, cleanse your space, maybe open windows, light incense, move stagnant energy around, practice gratitude. Some of the things that could be good are practicing what you're grateful for. Even if you're having, so many unpleasant things happen, you can literally change the energy. And another thing is a release ritual, I think, is really important. Write what you want to let go of on paper. I release this. And then what you could do is safely burn it or tear it up and make it not part of your identity and your self-worth anymore. So those are some of the things that you could do during this full moon. Again, it's about release. You don't want to necessarily start anything on a full moon. You really want to do a release on a full moon. So I wanted to bring on my first reader here, or reading, sorry to say, Rachel in Canada, Australia. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Great.
Australia, yes. Pardon me.
And you have, I'm putting on my glasses here, and you have, so do you have your birth time?
Yes.
Okay.
1 minute past 12, midday.
Yeah, I always like to check in with people to make sure that they have their birth time, because a lot of times it's probably the most important thing when I'm looking at doing a mini reading. Okay. When were you born?
Pardon?
When were you born? The month, day, year?
When?
Mm-hmm.
April 1980.
April, what day was it?
The 13th of April, 1980.
1980. Got it. And the time that you were born?
1 minute past 12 at midday.
So 12:01 p.m.?
Yep.
Okay. And the place? The city?
Sydney, Australia.
Sydney. Very. Let me see. Sydney. Yes, I can't spell Sydney today. Okay, got it. Sydney, Australia. Okay. So I'm going to do a really quick reading here for you. I'm an evolutionary vibrational astrologer, so I'm going to look at something called the lunar nodes in your chart. They're elliptical points in the sky. We all have them. And I'm going to say it in astrology, and then I'm going to interpret what it means. So your south, you come from the south, it's the south node to the north node. South energy is the past, karmic, and we're trying to get to this future north node energy. So your south node is an Aquarius in the 8th house of Scorpio, and your north node is in Leo in the 2nd house of Taurus, which is really great for you since tomorrow we have a full moon in Taurus. And I'm just looking at any other areas where you have Taurus. Okay, I see Taurus as part of your 11th house. So a couple of things I want to tell you. I want to say that south nodes in Aquarius are typically, they do things because it's expected of them and not necessarily what they find always pleasure in. So they tend to make goals for things. They tend to try to keep up with the collective of whatever situation that is. What I really think your purpose is in this lifetime is you came here to build something. And it has to be heart-centered, something that you love and feel passionately drawn to. I think that's where you're going to find your highest vibration, and you're going to find, this is what you love. You have to do something that you love. That's really, really important to you. And it really is in how you make money, and also to more or less to solidify your self-worth internally. That's really, really important for you to do. And I would say on this Taurus full moon, if I'm looking exactly what rules Taurus for you is your 11th house. So I would say 11th house is groups of people, it's friends, it's our hopes and dreams. And I would say for you, it's really important for you to release maybe people that don't share your thoughts or who are no longer, good for you. And maybe
A lot of those lately.
yeah, I think that's really important. And maybe and find the groups that find your tribe, so to speak.
Yeah.
Something that makes you feel that you love and whatever your passions are. And that's where you need to be. I think that if so what I would do is I would, write all whatever you feel, whatever what I just said means to you, and put it on a piece of paper and let it go. Let it go.
Yep.
And again,
I've been writing. Like I've got this journal. I do writing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's really important for you.
Yeah.
And I would say too, don't be afraid to dream and go after what you desire in your heart, because I think that it's there. It's just you have to believe it. It's like everything else. We just have to believe whatever is in, and that we can do it, because we're really manifesting our chart. It's not the chart telling you what to do. It's what's inside, and it's in your chart. So it's the energy in your chart. But I hope you have a very happy full moon, and thank you so much for
one question.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, I've got 3 kids. Do you see anything with them?
You have 3 kids?
Yeah, I mean they're all good kids, but then do you see or feel anything to do with them? I've got 2 sons and a daughter.
2 sons and a
22 and a 13-year-old.
I would say, let me look.
The eldest one, he just graduated uni last year, and he's a registered nurse. He's got his dream job at palliative care, and he's doing well for himself. And I think I want to be a grandma one day. Do you see a baby at all?
I don't see that. I mean, right at this present moment. I think that your relationships with all of them are extremely different, obviously.
Yep.
I think that.
Oh yeah, they really are.
I think the first one and the third one are very spiritual, and I think that the second one is very, very business oriented. That's what.
It's like the 2, the oldest one and the youngest one. So my eldest son and my daughter's the youngest, and they're exactly the same. And my middle child, he's 22, and he's totally different. Like, he doesn't swear. He's never had a cigarette. He's never had alcohol. Like, nothing. Well, not that my 13-year-old has it either, but she swears a lot, and so does my eldest son. And so different to my middle child.
Yep. Your middle child is different. Is very businessy and goal oriented, and will probably be very successful, but very, very by the book. Very by the book.
Yeah.
Yep. The first one and the third one are similar in some ways. I feel like your daughter is very intuitive, very, very intuitive. Your oldest son is probably gonna start out doing one thing and then maybe change and do something else. I mean, in his journey, but yeah, it's they're similar, and the middle one is definitely a different soul.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual School with Kim Dunn. Search Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual Spiritual School on Facebook.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining me. Welcome to Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School Episode 3. I'm coming to you from the beautiful Summerland Point in New South Wales, Australia, and I'm your host, Kim Dunn. And today we're talking about 2 practices that completely change the way I relate to myself. That would be with my emotions and my spiritual connection, and definitely that would be breath work and meditation. Most people, when they hear these words, they often imagine like sitting cross-legged, trying to stop their thoughts or doing something complicated. But the truth is, it's much simpler than that. Breath work and meditation are about becoming, not becoming someone different, they're more about coming back into a relationship with yourself. And for anyone that's going through a spiritual awakening, these practices become incredibly important because, you know, awakening doesn't just happen in the mind or spirit, it also happens in the body and the nervous system. And, you know, when people begin awakening, they often feel, you know, they start feeling really deeply and their intuition starts to open and, you know, they start to become more aware of energy. And when that happens, old emotions sort of start to surface. And what many people expect would feel more like an enlightenment can definitely feel sometimes more like anxiety or overwhelm, and definitely that emotional intensity that comes with it. And, you know, this is all, that happens because, you know, your awakening expands awareness. And, you know, if the nervous system hasn't learned quite how to feel safe with that expansion, that experience can definitely feel destabilizing, you know, and this is where breath work and meditation become really powerful allies. They help the body slow down, regulate, and then integrate what the spirit is opening to. You know, breath work is one of the most powerful tools we have because, you know, the breath is that bridge between the body and the mind. And, you know, most of the time we just breathe automatically without really even noticing it. But, you know, when we consciously change our breathing, we send those signals directly to the nervous system to slow down and, you know, that steady breathing tells the body that you are safe and you relax and, you know, you don't have to be in that fight or flight mode. You know, when I first began practicing breath work, I realized how much tension I had actually been holding in my body, you know, the stress and the trauma and, you know, that emotional suppression had really created a constant state of alertness for me. And, you know, my breathing was really shallow. My body rarely felt calm or, you know, felt safe. But as I started to begin slow breathing regularly, you know, that breathing, you know, something started to change in myself and my body and my mind definitely became a lot clearer and my intuition became easier to hear. You know, when your nervous system relaxes, awareness really does open naturally. And, you know, breath work supports spiritual awakening. It really grounds you and just brings you back into the body. And, you know, spiritual experiences can sometimes feel, you know, pull people into the mind and that heightened awareness. And the conscious breathing really brings you back into that physical presence. And, you know, the breath work can definitely help release stored emotions as well and stored energy. And, you know, as our bodies do hold on to those emotions, you know, that don't get processed, through that gentle breathing practices, those energies can really start to move and release safely. You know, when the nervous system is regulated and intuition and clarity connect, you know, that connection to your intuition, and that does really become a lot easier. And, that's why meditation works alongside, the breath work beautifully. However, like meditation is definitely misunderstood, and many people believe meditation means, stopping your thoughts entirely. And, in reality, meditation is simply just the practice of observing the mind rather than, being controlled by it. When we sit quietly and bring that attention to our breath, or the present moment, we begin to really notice something important. Our thoughts come and go, emotions do come and go, and sensations. But most of that, above all, that is that really deep stillness that we're looking for, and meditation really allows us to access that stillness. It creates a space between us and that constant stream of thinking. And in that space, clarity appears, and intuition does become stronger, and your connection to spirit becomes easier to feel. When the mind is constantly busy, it can be really difficult to hear intuitive guidance, and it's really like trying to hear that whisper in a noisy room, if you know what I mean. And but meditation does quieten that noise for you to start listening to your higher self. And many people believe intuitive abilities come from doing more, learning more, even trying harder. And most often it's just opposite that is the case. Intuition becomes clearer when we slow down enough to listen. And the breath work and meditation work beautifully together to allow that to happen. The breath work calms the body first, and then the meditation then allows the mind to settle. Because as we know, when the body does feel safe and the mind does become quiet, presence really does naturally emerge. And it is the presence that we're looking for. It's the doorway to the spiritual awareness. And for me personally, breath work and meditation were really powerful tools in my healing journey. And I really believe that they are the first steps in, listening to your higher self and getting you through that spiritual journey. They definitely help calm my nervous system after years of living in survival mode. And, they help me release those emotions that I've been carrying for decades. And, it just helped me reconnect with my inner voice and my intuitive gifts. Without these practices, my awakening would have definitely felt more chaotic. And but with them, I've definitely felt more grounded and been able to integrate those things within me. And if you're in the beginning, or starting out, or even halfway through, or going through your journey with your spiritual journey, breath work and meditation. Just remember, you don't need to be perfect when you do it. Like when I first started, I found it really difficult to sit for a long period of time, or just because there were so many things going through my brain. I started using just a guided meditation off YouTube, and just through my headphones, and found that was a really good place to start. Having someone on the other end, telling me how to breathe, when to breathe, and giving me that silence. And you don't even need to sit for long periods of time or do anything really complicated. I would definitely start with even 5 or 10 minutes a day, and that can really even change your body and mind to respond to the awakening, because it's not about escaping that human experience, it's just becoming more present within it. And sometimes the most powerful place to begin with is just that slow breath. And that's why these techniques are definitely a part of my 12-week program, the Awaken and Anchor program that I run for my clients. And I see so many positive results with those coming through, with their breath work and meditation, and just being access to your higher self and allowing that time, that stillness for those messages and information to come through. So if you're interested in my program, Awaken and Anchor, please feel free to contact me through my Facebook page, Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School, or you can contact me personally, Kim Dunn. And yeah, so that's probably about all I want to say on the breathwork and meditation. But give it a try. If you haven't, it's definitely worth giving it a try and just letting yourself be still and allow that time to come through and feel that stillness and feel that awareness, and you'll definitely feel some shifts. And just stick with it. It's not something you're going to master overnight, but yeah, definitely something to give a try in your spiritual awakening. So thank you for listening to that part of my show, and let's take some callers. I would love to have some callers come through this evening. So, Jill. Hi, Jill. How are you?
Good.
That's good, Jill. Where are you calling from today?
Wisconsin.
Lovely, lovely. You got a question?
Yeah, about my work. I'm having a few problems at work with employees. I said I wasn't a racist, and it didn't go well. And with my bosses over a situation at work.
Okay, I'm just shuffling some cards. Let's see what pops out for you, and hopefully we can get some clarity around that for you. Have you been in that job for a while?
A year and a half.
Nice. Okay, so what have we got? Okay, the message coming through is saying to review documents carefully. Is there a contract within that?
Is there what?
Okay, and is there a possibility of a new contract coming through?
A possibility of... Say that again.
Okay, because I've got... Yeah, sure. I feel like there could be a different contract coming through for you, because I'm getting a fresh start, a very positive change.
Okay, that makes sense.
Great. And it's saying plans that work out perfectly. This is definitely going to be the contract, or a better way of working within what you're doing now, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yes, it does. What about pay, though? Will it go down?
Okay, let's have a look. You're quite spiritual too, aren't you?
Yes.
Because I also get the message that you're on a spiritual quest.
Okay.
Okay, so regarding the money, I'm getting success for that. So I don't feel like I don't feel like there's going less money, but I feel like there could be a bit more than what you're getting now, but not huge amounts more, if that makes sense.
Totally. Now are my bosses going to stay angry at me?
Mm-hmm. Let's have a look.
Because I think they're angry at me.
Okay, let's see what the card says. Are you also recovering from an illness?
Yes.
Okay. The health is going to come back, if that makes sense. Like the vibrant health that you once had, you will feel that again.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. This card's saying streams in how you receive money. So I believe, again, that's coming out to tell us that the money situation is going to be fine for you. Let's just see what's happening with the boss thing. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, yeah, because this card is more about you, sorry. It's coming up health problems due to stress. They're saying let others help you. It's a need for balance.
Okay.
Yep. Also saying working too hard or too many hours.
Okay.
Is that something that you can reduce? I feel like that could be something that you could reduce in the new contract. So maybe that's not quite why you're getting a huge amount more. I feel like that could be. Are you working 5 days at the moment?
I work with school kids.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, this card's coming out the release, the endings that lead to new beginnings.
Okay. But I'm okay at work with everyone.
Yeah, I'm getting good vibes about that.
Okay.
I feel like there's more people that you can trust than not, if that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like you've got more allies than not allies, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yep. I feel like the boss is really just sitting on the fence. I feel like he's happy with you and what you do, but I feel like he sees other people interfering as well.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Have you had a chat to him?
I did.
Okay. I feel like you could be over-analysing that situation just a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, yeah. So, confidence. Have some confidence, is saying.
Okay.
I really feel like this is going to turn out in your favour.
Okay.
Yeah. So the card I've just pulled now is saying allowing worry to grow out of proportion.
Okay.
Yeah. So just refocus those thoughts for you.
Okay.
But I really do feel like a new contract is coming for you, and something that's going to suit you better and allow your health to come out of that stressful mode that you've been in, that I feel you've been in.
Okay.
Was there any other questions?
Do you see me moving?
Let's have a shuffle and see what we've got. So when I shuffle my card, just fall out like they have now. Let's have a look. Okay, I've got relocation.
Okay.
Yep. I don't feel like that's coming soon, though. I feel like that could be mid of this year to late this year, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Would it be my daughter?
With your daughter?
Yeah, that way.
Sure, I'm just going to use my pendulum to ask that question. Won't be a moment. Will it be with her daughter? Okay. That is for my yes. So my pendulum is swinging in a round motion at the moment, and that's my sign for a yes. So that will be with your daughter. Will it be living with her or closer to her?
Okay, near her.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. I really feel like there's a really spiritual transformation for you as well. If you're not in the middle of it, you're going through that at the moment, and just seeing things a little bit clearer in, your reality, if that makes sense. Because as you know, you're creating your reality through your thoughts and your, what you're thinking every day and what you're putting out to the world. So don't forget to remember that you're the reality maker, if that makes sense.
Totally.
And what you're focusing on, like the law of attraction, is yes, what you're focusing on, you're bringing in. And I feel like you're quite strong at that. And just keep doing what you're doing and keeping those thoughts and your vibration really high to bring those beautiful things in for yourself.
Okay.
So no more sleepless nights.
Okay.
Thank you so much for calling in tonight.
Thank you. That was excellent.
You're welcome. You have a great night and get some sleep and stop worrying. And yes, good things are coming.
Thank you. You were excellent.
You're welcome. Have a lovely night.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. Have we got another caller? Hey, Christina, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, Christina. Was there a question you're thinking of, or you were just happy for me to pull some cards for you?
Either or. I was looking, well, more if you don't pull cards, more so my love life. I'm single right now. Do you see somebody coming in from my past or coming in someone new?
No worries. Oh, popping out. Okay, new beginnings. Release people that hold you back. So if that was an ex, we're not going back to exes, only moving forward. I feel like you've been doing a bit of work on yourself. Is that right? Like spiritually?
Yeah, I have been doing work for myself. Yeah.
Yeah, good, because I really feel like the vibration is really high for yourself, and I really did. Let's see what else is coming through. Oh. Okay, the wheels just popped out. Fresh starts, a very positive change in your life. Let's see what else we've got. Oh. Here we go. Yeah, we've got someone coming in. They're saying he's very ambitious. Very ambitious. And I feel like he's been in a relationship before, or he's been married before, but he's now been taking some time to do some work on himself. Like I've just said to you, have you been doing some work on yourself? And I feel like that vibration that he's raising at the moment is going, and that you've been raising your vibration as well, that you can come in and meet at a same level, if that makes sense. I feel like he's going to be very sensitive and very open-hearted. But yeah, there's definitely an emotional connection that you'll have on a really deeper level, if that makes sense, than you've had before. I feel like in past relationships, been okay, but there's always something missing. And I feel like this guy's going to give you the thing that was missing, if that makes sense. But there's definitely a romantic encounter coming and a fresh start with him. A feeling that we're looking at probably at least 3 months before he does come in. So in that time, I'll definitely be giving yourself that time to, raise your vibration and, allow yourself to learn and really put out, especially with the new moon that we've just had, put out your intentions of what you really want in a partner in the future. Not just in looks and so forth, but, is he empathetic? Is he respectful? Is he, just those sort of beautiful things that you want to be able to have in your life. So just make sure that you're putting the intention out of what you want that person to be. I really feel like your psychic abilities are very, very high too. And definitely again around this time at the moment with Moon. Are you psychic in a way, or do you feel like you've got some sort of abilities? You all have got abilities,
I feel
of course.
like I have a lot of deja vu moments, and I scare myself. I feel like I have a lot of deja vu moments. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, perfect. Would definitely pay attention to those signs, because that would be just your spirit team trying to get through to you and give you some messages. Are you meditating at the moment?
No, I have not been. No.
Okay, that's a great place to start, to just to still your mind and allow yourself to hear your higher self. And that gives you time to really listen to yourself for what you really want going forward in the future with this person that's coming in for you. But I also see you on a spiritual quest. There's just possibly a change in priorities, and that moving on with this guy is it's an experience that you haven't had before. That's what I feel like. I feel like he's really going to bring some new things to your life and your routines, if that makes sense. But yeah, make sure you're asking for your angels for help. Speak to your spirit team and ask them, because we've all got a spirit team. We've got guides and our angels, who are usually our deceased loved ones. They're always around us, knowing everything that we do. So just chat to them and speak to them and ask them to bring in, this person for you as well. And but definitely take the time out to really sit with yourself and just allow that time for you to listen to your higher self, if that makes sense.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. Look, wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, I know everything feels very sort of topsy-turvy and turbulent at the moment with everything that's going on in the Middle East. And look, there's probably not a lot we can do as small individual people except keep an eye on the news and stay as positive as we can, and hopefully that the whole debacle over there is going to stop soon and the world can get back to some sort of normality and no more bloodshed. I think that would be a lovely way to start the week. But, you know, fingers crossed somebody will come to their senses and maybe we'll get an end to the Middle East crisis very quickly. Anyway, the Simply Tarot card of the week has got nothing to do with the war in the Middle East. It's got to do with the Seven of Cups, which is all that glitters is not gold. Now, it's an interesting sort of statement because sometimes I think we get so caught up on the shiny new things or the things that we want in our life that it's telling us that the practical things in life or the things that don't glitter are probably more important. So it's all that glitters is not gold. Look beyond the clouds, because sometimes we get so caught up in the fog of everything that's going on, or the clouds of what's going on in our life, that we forget to look beyond that and sort of know that there could be some better days around the corner, or there's a clearing, or there's some solutions and answers to the problems or the situations that we're facing. And at the moment, this card also talks about money improvements. Now, money improvements doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the lottery or the lotto or, you know, have this sudden windfall of money. It's just saying things are slightly starting to improve. Now, that can be by your own good management of you starting to sort of budget better, take more control of your finances, look at ways to sort of save money. And at the moment, I think a lot of people around the world with the higher cost of living and fuel costs and things like that are starting to sort of look at ways that they can sort of trim the budget and make their money stretch a little bit further. And it's not an easy thing because a lot of people are living in a very stretched environment. And what else can you cut out? You know, what else can you go without? What can you change? And sometimes I think just having somebody else look at the situation may be able to come up with some more creative solutions or something that you haven't thought of. And, you know, this day and age, I think it's really important that we go back to basics, you know, and that's what I always look at this card and I think, is it asking us to go back to basics? And let's just not look at everything that's glittery and shiny and in pretty packaging. Go back to basic things that are in brown paper or something that isn't flashy and shiny. And it may just sort of reduce the cost of some of the things that we're looking at. And is it a time to sort of go back to learn to cook and do things like that can cut the budget a little bit? Anyway, astrologically this week, the focus is mainly on Aries. So happy birthday to all the Aries people. And I have lots of Aries people in my circle of friends and clients and family and things like that. And it's a very exciting time of the year because it's the beginning of the astrological year. It's the first sign. It's the one that gets us motivated. It's Aries. It's me first. You know, can I tell you about me first and me first and me first? And I mean that in a very loving way, because if we didn't have Aries people in the world, none of us would get motivated to get out of bed. I think they drive us to do things. They drive us to sort of get up off the couch and get moving and sort of say, this is the beginning of something. You know, I'll show you how to begin it. I'm not going to be there at the middle and the end, but I'll get you motivated. I'll get you moving. So it's a really important sign. It's, you know, it's a sign that, you know, really does sort of embody, I think, what astrology is about, you know, looking to new horizons, being positive, getting up off the couch, making things happen, understanding yourself and understanding your limitations as well. We're not all wired the same. And I think that's the important part. There's many different facets that make up each and every one of us. And even in astrology, unless you're born at the same time in the same location, you are not the same. You know, not all Aries people are the same. And for those people that have been watching the show for many years, I've done many different segments on astrology over the years. But the one thing that I think keeps coming up that people don't quite understand, just because your sun sign is a particular energy does not mean that defines who you are completely. That is 1/10 of you. So if you're in Aries, that's 1/10 of you. Unless you have another 9 planets sitting in Aries, which would be pretty highly unlikely, then you've got other mixtures, you've got other planets sitting in other energies that make you the unique and special person that you are. And that's the important thing. And that's where astrology gets bad press, because people pick up something out of a newspaper online and say, oh, well, only part of that suited me, or the rest of it didn't, or I didn't relate to that in any way, because we can't just divide the population into 12 and get it precise for each and every one. So if you're going to look up little astrology, you know, podcasts and things like that, or read something online, then make sure that you take out of it what is appropriate for you, what feels right to you, and the rest of it sort of discard and say, okay, that might be for the other person under my sign. It may not all relate to me. So we've got a real flavour, as I said, of Aries this week. We've got Neptune, the planet of illusion, delusion, and creativity, is conjunct or holding hands the sun in Aries. The sun in Aries is conjunct or holding hands Saturn, the planet of discipline, structure, and giving us the ability to sort of put a great solid platform underneath us. So this is affecting, obviously, Aries. It's Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It will wash over the remaining signs. So it's asking, particularly of the fire signs, to be creative. Look at innovative, creative, different solutions. Put your creative hat on. Look at possibilities that, there may not be all the answers there yet with Neptune, because Neptune can take us into a fog. But while we're in that fog, we're supposedly going to let our creative juices flow and wander and see and manifest and come up with some new ideas. We don't have to take them all on board, but we can let things be free thinking and sort of flow towards us. Now, the sun is the energy. This is our core. This is our center. So it's asking us to take this information back to our core, back to our center, and asking us, what can we do with this? How can we make this work for us the best possible way that we can? Now, with the sun here conjunct or holding hands Saturn, what Saturn's role here is to put a good solid foundation underneath all of these ideas, this creativity. They're taking the new ideas and taking it back to the core, allowing us to daydream or manifest things or look at things from a different angle in a very solid, practical sort of environment. It's sort of put a good solid foundation underneath us that we can allow ourselves this little bit of time to sort of be a bit creative, to sort of think outside the square, look at things from a different lens, and then sort of come back and say, how would that practically work in my life? Is this a good idea? Is this really true to my heart? Is this what I want to do? So the three of them working together is actually quite an interesting combination, because it's going to bring some fresh, new, innovative ideas, and that's a positive thing. For those that are looking for love, Venus is sitting in Aries at the moment too. So Venus is the planet of love and affection, and where we search for relationships or romance in our life, or people that are going to be special and significant. So with it being in Aries, yes, obviously it's predominantly affecting the fire signs, again, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra, but it's washing over the remaining 8 signs. So it's asking you, if you are seeking love, to get out and do something different. Don't sit on the couch and swipe your phone and sort of go to a dating app and hope you're going to meet Mr. or Mrs. Perfect there. Yes, maybe for some people that will happen, but Venus here is asking you to get out, do something that you haven't maybe done before. Be a bit of a leader, try something new, go to places, go and break out of your comfort zone. If you always go 10-pin bowling, then take up badminton or tennis or something different. Do something different. Don't keep putting your same feet in the same holes and expecting a different result. Make sure that you step out of your comfort zone, do something that's exciting and different and innovative. Join some groups, join in activities, get a life, get on with life. That's, I think, the message here. Now, interestingly enough, Chiron's been sitting in Aries for some time now. Chiron is not a planet. It's known as one of the Arabian parts, or the wounded healer is what we affectionately call it in astrology terms. It's a karmic situation. It looks at past lives. It looks at the energy that we bring in from past lives, but it's looking to heal us. It's asking us to sort of dig deep into our soul. What parts of us are wounded? What parts of us need healing? And it's really interesting because it does flow into our current lifestyle, into our current life, and it's asking us to take a good, long, hard look at our health. What is it that we can do differently? What have we been missing? What have we been looking at and sort of not really looking at, doing it because that's the way we've always done it. Instead of questioning and sort of saying, okay, what differences can I make? We all have some sort of health issue, no matter who we are, whether it's I'm getting tired or, my eyesight doesn't work as well, or you've got some sort of illness that is chronic or something that cannot be fixed but can be managed with medication and changes in life and diet and lifestyle and things like that, and making sure that you're really listening to your body. And this is where Chiron comes in. He's asking you to take a fresh look at it. Don't just look at it and say this is the only way. Do some research. And this is where the computer and Googles and all those sort of things are very helpful. I'm not saying they should replace your medical advice, definitely not. But what I'm saying is it can make you think maybe in a different way, to ask some different questions when you go back to your medical practitioner and say, hey, what about this? I've read about this treatment for my condition. Is that a possibility? Start to take some ownership of your own health and start to ask the questions. That's what Chiron is asking you to do. It's not asking you to be Dr. Google and, self-medicate self. It's asking you to arm yourself with information so that you can ask the right questions when you do go to your medical practitioner, and maybe there may be some modifications or some changes in solutions that might give you a better quality of life. That's all I'm suggesting there. It's not about becoming your own doctor, not in any circumstances. We need to go to the experts, the people that are trained in these areas. That's what they've spent the years training for, is to help us live our best lives. Now, the other influences have been a little bit more towards Pisces. We've got Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Pisces at the moment. Now, why is this really significant? Because the Pisces energy, to me, has the power of the remaining other 11 planets. It gets a lot of bad press. It gets that, it can't make up its mind, and it's like the two fish chasing its tail. I disagree with that. I've worked in astrology for a very, very long time, and I've seen the power of what Pisces can do. That the Pisces energy is collectively cherry picking the information that it needs for the current situation. So with it being connected to communication, maybe, just maybe, there might be a slight breakthrough with communications, particularly in world events or things that are significant. And that can be something that is significant in your life. There may be a breakthrough there that you've been waiting for. It may be of a legal connotation or a health issue or just a family issue, or being able to resolve a long-standing family feud that's been going on for years, and all of a sudden everybody sort of laughs and says, I don't know why we're still carrying this on for the third generation. We're a different generation of people. Hopefully we're a little bit more understanding and open and accepting of people, and don't all have to be the same. So it's the perfect time to resolve issues, particularly with communication that needs to be involved, because we can bring in some creative, new, different ways of looking at this and come to the table in sort of a more calm manner than what we might have done if Mercury was in a fire sign, where it would be much more aggressive. So it's certainly more passive than what it was, and that's a good thing, because I think we need to sort of have some conversations around the world about many different topics in a calmer, sort of more adult sort of manner, instead of being like the bull in the china shop and trying to, run roughshod over everybody. Let's come in a different approach and sort of listen to what other people have got to say, because maybe there's answers in here. There's solutions here if we work together, if we consider not so much the other person as our enemy or somebody that we've got to get cranky with, but listen to what they've got to say and say, yeah, well, I can see that, or maybe that doesn't suit me. Let's sort of try it this way, or, jiggle the pieces around until they fit. And I think that we can get some real progress here, and progress on a personal level too, for issues that may have been going on for a long time are finally going to come to a head, and we need to sort of start moving things along. We need to start moving life along, because life moves so quickly these days. We don't want to miss out on the good things that can be coming by being bogged down or not ready to tackle the ones that aren't so good, the difficult ones, the things that we've been putting off. It's time now to bring those to the front and sort of say, these are going to get my utmost attention. Let's get them out of the road so we can get to the good stuff. We have Uranus still sitting in Taurus, and it's been there for a very long time now, and it's coming to nearing the end of its reign in Taurus. Now, when planets come to the beginning or the end of a situation where they're in a sign, this is when the energy really intensifies. And particularly when they're coming to an end, it's like the last lessons that need to be learned here are going to be short, sharp, and furious. They're going to be very intense. They're going to be lessons that you won't forget. Now, this is connected to the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn, the opposite sign of Scorpio. So if there's anything there that you have put off, that you're not dealing with, that you're ignoring, or sort of saying to yourself, I don't need to process that, I can't be bothered, or I'm too tired, or I'm too this, Uranus will come along and force you to do it. Now, I'm saying force you, and force you isn't always necessarily in a good way, because you've had plenty of time to sort through these issues, and it's like, well, you haven't done that, bang, I'm going to do it for you, and it's not always necessarily in a pleasant way. Uranus works a little bit like a bolt of lightning. It comes out of nowhere. It's, it's intense as it hits the ground, and it's sort of got to shake things up, because you've had plenty of time to make these choices or changes yourself. You've chosen not to do it. You've chosen to ignore it. So Uranus cannot leave this sign and not break things down or get rid of what they see as the debris or the rubbish or the restrictions in your life. Uranus will move those along, and sometimes it's not pleasant. And I quite often say to people, don't verbalize something that you don't want. Don't say, I hate my job, because Uranus could be listening, no matter what your star sign is, and says, okay, they don't want the job, I'll take it away from them. And that's not what you meant. You were just having not a very good day. So be very careful, no matter what your star sign is, of what you verbalize, particularly in these next couple of months, because it could be taken by Uranus as gospel that this is what you want to achieve, or this is what you want removed out of your life, and Uranus will just come in and make it happen. And it's not always about negative things. It can be about positive things too. So, be very aware of that. Uranus can create openings here for things that you thought were virtually impossible, or you had no chance of landing that job because you haven't got all the qualifications. But hey, I put in the application or the CV anyway. And, for some reason or other, you've stood out and they've been prepared to train you or pay for training or something like that, because you were the perfect candidate for the role. So, don't look at it as a negative. Look at it as Uranus can bring in some positive things as well. So that's where we're going to leave the astrology for this week. We're going to talk with Lisa in Howell, New Jersey. Are you there, Lisa?
Hi, good afternoon, Amanda.
Hi, Lisa. How can I help you? Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I do. I've been going through a few issues with my health. I'm just, do you see anything if everything's going to be turning around for me?
Okay, Lisa, first thing I want to say to you is different laws, different states, different countries govern the fact that we can't discuss health because we're not doctors, but I can look at it on an energetic level. And what they're sort of showing me is, on an energetic level, we're almost at the point where we're going to start to see things turn the corner. We've got a little tiny bit more to go. So has there also been a lot of endings and change and transformation around you in this last 18 months, as well as what's been going on with your health? Has there been changes in your life as well?
Well, I'm not working, so yes, that's been over a year.
Yeah, that's a major change, isn't it? I mean, that's something that, you probably weren't anticipating, of not being working. So has that been caused by your health not being where it could be?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I feel you will be going back to work. I don't know that you'll be able to go back to work in the capacity that you were previously, but I'm sort of seeing over the next couple of months, your health is going to start to sort of turn around, where you're getting more energy. You're starting to feel a little bit more like your old self. But yes, you're going to have to learn what your limitations are. That, like if you have a really high energy day to day, then pace yourself for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 days, whatever it takes. Don't sort of get cranky with yourself that I really felt terrific today and tomorrow I feel like I've been run over by a bus again. Just take that the good days are coming, and we've got to, work with that, but don't go overboard with it. Just because you're feeling full of beans doesn't mean that we've got to do everything in one day, pace the energy. But I am seeing the opportunity to go back to work, but I felt it was going to be sort of remote work to begin with, something that you could do from home, something that you could get up and take a break, or, have a coffee or something like that, and then come back to it, that you're not sort of necessarily having somebody watch over your shoulder. Would that fit with the type of work that you used to do, that you could do something remotely?
Well, I was working remotely. It was just too much.
Right.
And then I'm not sure if I should be moving or not. You say anything about moving?
It's a possibility. They keep showing me a question mark around that. What they were showing me, and I didn't want to sound negative, was by August, everything seems to be very different. And I had to be very careful to see whether or not that was when you were going to be working remotely. And when I'm saying working remotely, I'm only talking about a day or two a week to begin with. I'm not talking about a full-time role. I'm talking about something that's sort of, so many hours a week. And you can spread it out over 6 days if you want to, as long as the actual workload is done for the week. They don't care whether you do it all in one day or over 6 days. That's your choice. It's just got to be in by Monday morning, say. And this is the question mark then at whether or not do you stay where you're living or is it time to move? My feeling that they're showing me is that by August you have the answers to this. I'm not sure that you necessarily need to move. I think you're looking at maybe moving, would that make my health better? And I'm not sure that that's necessarily the answer to yes to the question. If you do decide to move, it has to be because this is what you want to do, not because you feel pressured to do it or that you feel that it might improve your health or something like that. It has to be something that your soul wants to do, that you heart and soul want to do, not just because you think that that might be an answer to something. I'm not convinced you're going to move. If you are, it's certainly, I don't feel it's going to be this year. I want to see you sort of allow your energy to build this year as you start to get better, and then we can make some more informed decisions. So I hope that's helped you, Lisa.
Yes, it did. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're going to move on to Tawny now in Sydney in New South Wales in Australia. How are you, Tawny?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
I just want to know, what was coming up with me, sort of within the next 3 months, if anything's looking positive at all. It's been a bit.
Okay. Usually easier for me because we've got such a short space of time on the show that if you have a question and not just generally, I want to know what's coming up in 3 months, it's quicker for me to tune in and give you an answer. So is there a specific area of your life in the next 3 months that it is of concern or something that you want me to hone in on?
With my work.
Right. Okay. Right. Really, really interesting because what they're showing me here with your work is sort of like 1 step forwards, 2 step backwards. I'm not sure that you're in the right job. I sort of feel as if you keep questioning whether or not this is going to improve, this is going to be what you expected it to be or what you wanted it to be. Have you been questioning the role since, sort of late last year?
Well, I've just started a new role about 3-4 weeks ago. And
okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So you just made
hesitating.
Mm-hmm. Well, it always takes a little bit of time, doesn't it, to sort of bed into a role when you've moved into the role. So that's good that you've changed your job because that was going to be the next thing I was going to suggest, that sort of, towards the end of last year, you were feeling quite uncomfortable with where you were and there was going to be a change. Well, you've made that change. Look, I think this new role that you've stepped into, I think give it a little bit more time, but I actually think it's going to start to fit you like a glove. It's interesting because people are friendly, but they're not necessarily helpful, is what I'm getting. Yes, they would help you if you asked. Yes, they're friendly and they respect you, but they don't go out of their way to make you feel super comfortable. But I think that's just because everybody's busy and focused on what they're doing. I wouldn't take that too personally. I actually think this role will grow with you, and I'm looking towards the end of this year where they're going to be sort of suggesting something else to you, that there's another position coming up with an opening for the early part of 2027. If you're interested and this is where you'd like to gravitate to, then there's going to need to be some further training or some extra study that goes along with this role that they would be prepared to pay for and allow you to sort of take, time out of your busy work day to go and attend. So that's something, to me, that sort of says that you're doing well in the role. Otherwise, they wouldn't be looking to promote you and offer you something else if they didn't feel that you didn't fit or, weren't performing well or whatever. So that's good. I think part of the problem is that you lack a little bit of confidence in yourself. You take some bold steps, you take the choices, you make the decisions, and then all of a sudden you panic and you think, oh, have I done the right thing? Have I not? And you have done the right thing. You've just got to give yourself time for this to sort of settle down a little bit. Was there also some talk about maybe a change of residence coming up as well?
Yeah, we were talking about it.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure that the decision will be made in the next 3 months, but I can see a couple of really serious decisions or discussions around that. And then it's sort of like we only get to a certain point that we don't make a final decision. It's like we've got to wait for something else to come in, or we're waiting to see, what the prices of houses are or whatever it is. It's sort of like we get to a point and then we stop. I do feel before the end of this year that there will be a final decision made to make a change, to move. And to me, it's the right thing to do. But I don't think it's the right thing just yet. It's sort of like you collectively need to be ready to do this, and I don't feel you're ready to do that yet. But it's interesting because you seem to be personally going through a lot of transitions. There's going to be times there where you're feeling super confident, and then there's going to be other times where you're feeling like, my goodness, everything seems to feel very overwhelming. I feel like I'm out of my depth. And then tomorrow you wake up and you're back to feeling positive again. So just work with those energies. Don't look at them as necessarily a direct message from spirit saying you're on the wrong path or anything. It's just that you're starting to open yourself up more. You're starting to listen to your own inner voice more, your own spiritual guidance or your own psychic ability. And to do this, they've got to take you to sort of extremes to get you to sort of understand the energies or the messages that they're giving you. And they're sort of very amplified and over the top. And it's sort of like, once you acknowledge it and just work with it, it will sort of calm down. It will just become sort of more automatic. Was there a lot of change in 2025 that, things that were unpredictable that you sort of felt at times life was out of control?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, that's going to start to slowly settle down now. Like you're going to sort of, over the next couple of months, particularly up between now and June, you're going to sort of feel as if you're back in the driver's seat again, and that's a good thing. I want to say to you, you haven't done anything wrong. If anything, you've really handled what's been thrown at you really, really well, and probably ahead of your own personal timeline of where you should be in your life. So, just keep working with the energy, keep yourself motivated. Do what feels right. If it feels wrong, then stop and ask yourself, why is this feeling wrong? All of a sudden, I don't feel comfortable with this. Is there a reason? Is there a trigger? You don't necessarily have to make a decision about it that day, but write it down, and then you'll understand that, okay, this is sort of part of the transition that I'm going through. So I hope that's helped you, Tawny, but we've come to the end of the show, sweetie.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're very, very welcome. It's really interesting. Tawny's, one of many people around the world that's going through massive changes at the moment. And, sometimes we sort of question whether or not, am I being silly? Am I overreacting to something? My answer is no, we never overreact. If something is really that intense that it's driving you nuts, then it's something that you've got to look at. It's the universe's way, or the spirit guides, whatever you believe in, trying to show you that you need to be aware of this. Not necessarily is it always the time to act, but it's the time to be aware of it and just sort of sit back and sort of watch it like it's a movie and sort of see what the next changes are. So this week I want to leave you with a song that's probably pretty ancient by now, but by one of the most amazing women that ever walked the earth. And, she had such an amazing energy, and she was so powerful, and she had, she made people sort of sit up and take notice. And I think she did a lot for the women's movement around the world, that, women can do anything. Women can achieve things if they really put their mind to it. And it's actually her birthday today, or would be if she was still alive, the one and only Aretha Franklin. And I think everybody knows this song, and it's called Respect. And I think we should all sort of gravitate towards understanding and working with the words in that song, and maybe show a little bit more respect for the people that are around us and the people that are important to us. I think, good manners goes a long way, and I think we could bring a little bit more of that back with a little bit of respect. So happy heavenly birthday to Aretha Franklin. Until next week, respect everybody in your orbit, and we'll see you next week. Bye for now.
Afternoon, good morning, beautiful souls out there. Lovely to see you all again. with this Soulsea Divine guidance that I've been getting, and I'm seeing a pattern, and it's like a roadmap of we've come into 2026 with this big shift, thinking everything's going to be A-OK straight away. Well, guess what? There's still bumps in the road. And you know what? In this journey called life, there will always be bumps in the road and trials and tribulations, but it's actually how we handle them and how we see our relationship with self. So many times it comes back to us, to our heart, to our divine inner knowing, and to trust. Look at that bump in the road and look at it and think, what is it trying to teach me? Ask for the guidance that can show you an either alternative route or how to go up, over, or through the obstacle that is getting shown to you. We have nearly, another 2 weeks now of clearing out. Really start to feel, what are you going to bring into this Aquarian era? There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise with AI. There's a lot of noise on all the different socials within community groups and friends. Take a step back, hand on heart, and feel, is this really for my highest good? Is this energy doing me any good? Because sometimes you might think that it's doing me good and it's fueling you and fueling your fire, but it's because you're caught in the momentum of what's in front of you. It's the knowing that you've always known. I ask you this, could you challenge yourself to try something different, to look at something that wakes your curiosity, step outside the boundaries that you live in that are comfortable. And even if you dip your big toe, it's like taking a detour on that bumpy road. You'll stay on those corrugations and those bumps because you know where you're going, where it will take you. What about if I was to say, just take a little detour and have a look at something you might not know what is around the corner or what they're showing you, but to have faith that if you're feeling drawn to it, go for it. And that's what I do with the Soulsea Divine Guidance. I mightn't always know what I'm doing, but I'm always curious to give it a go. Sometimes it feels icky, sometimes it feels a little bit heavy, but it's a fear that I think if I don't push through and test the waters, dip my toe in, have a look, I will look back and go, well, maybe I should have. In this lifetime, we do enough of looking back at maybe we should have. How about we look at maybe I can? This is about giving it a go year. We're getting lots of, I think it's about 38, 22 master years. So last year it was actually all about master 11s. This is a year of go for it. Really think about something, set the wheels in motion and have a go. Just have a go. You can certainly change your route at any time. I've got a caller coming through, Cathay from Wellington, New Zealand. Where are you going? Kathy.
I'm fine.
Kathy?
How are you?
I'm really
very well, thank you.
And your energy sounds spectacular too. That's absolutely beautiful to hear. I bet you that you're like moth to light for you because your energy is so spectacular.